Why, hello there. Good evening, ladies and gentlegents. How is everyone doing tonight? It is Saturday, and we are going in and reading our favorite visual novel, Echo. There's so much Echo still to read, I feel like. But today, woo! Exactly. Welcome, Wildfire. Welcome, Charity Champs. Welcome, Strategy Informer. Welcome, everyone. Come in and find out. I've been TheOrcosaurus. Always been TheOrcosaurus. This is a huge project. Can you believe we are at part 19? Part 19. We've reading this for almost half a year now at this point. 52 weeks is a year. And I mean, it's been longer because we skipped some streams in the process, or some Saturdays. I saw that. Now I meant Road to Hell. Yeah, almost half a year. If we arrive at part 27, so be it. No, it's not 27, it's 26. Part 26 is where we read half a year on it. All right. I think we are going to start. I think we're going to play some Echo and find out what our kitty cat has been waiting for him. I think that is a good idea. Let's go. We went back to the diner last time to meet Jenna. And she's waving at us. Jenna looks up from a corner booth and waves at us. I wave back and start making my way over. Go into the bathroom. Gotta wipe my pits. Oh, God. Thanks for that information, Carl. TJ makes a sour face as he follows me to the table. Jenna scoots in so we can slide in next to her. So what's this all about? Carl found a treasure hunt that Sydney made. Yo, Beastbear, what's up? Welcome. Jenna toys with her brown leather purse. Staring at it. Okay, like a map or something? A letter. Hey, Dowdy! What are you going to do with it? Well, I look over at TJ, but he doesn't say anything, instead looking out the window at the sunset. We are thinking about doing it. You're thinking about going on the treasure hunt? Yeah. I mean, Jenna pauses, clearly trying to choose her words carefully. I mean, would there be anything left of it at this point? It would have been at least 11 years old by now. Jenna looks over at TJ, studying his reaction. He doesn't give her anything though, still staring out the window. I spread my hands out on the table, instantly regretting it as I feel the grease slide around under the pads. We are seeing it more as a closure sort of a thing, a send-off. We are not really expecting to find something. TJ finally looks back at us. TJ, he made it for us. So I feel like we should do it for him. Jenna stares back down at the purse. I guess Flynn won't be involved. No. And Leo? He's going to be busy for most of the week. I don't think he'd really want to anyway. Why not? Now TJ looks like he's trying to choose his words carefully. He pretends like it never happened. I don't want to bring it back up for him. No one says anything until Carl shows back up, the fur on his head and face a little wet. Hey, Jenna. Carl. Jenna nods at him as he sits across from me. He reaches across the table, snatching up a menu from the metal holder in the center. I'll pay if anyone wants something. Jenna curls her lips in disgust, but I'm starving, so I start browsing the menu as well. TJ goes back to staring out the window, and I can see his ears twitching around. Oh no, not the ears. So where's this treasure hunt thing? Carl looks up and sees that Jenna's staring at him. Huh? Oh, I have it. I'm gonna order real quick though if Chase is ready. And nodding, Carl waves his menu at Janice, who quickly bustles our way with a tray of glasses of water. She's wearing pants now, but there's definitely still something off about her. Her eyes are white, her smile more like a grimace. And she sets down our glasses and straws. She takes our order well enough though, and Jenna waits patiently as Carl and I order a meal and TJ gets a smoothie. Carl methodically tears off one end of the wrapper off his straw before he blows in the other end, shooting the rest of the wrapper at me. I flinch and try to catch it, failing as it falls onto the floor. Jenna clears her throat loudly. So where is it? Carl looks at her, the straw still in his mouth. All right. Carl reaches in his pocket and pulls out the envelope. He pushes it onto the table face up. There's writing in black marker on the front. Treasure hunt number 7. We all stare at it. Should I read it? Carl sets a hand down on the letter. Or someone else. Carl's eyes briefly flick over to TJ and quickly look back down at the letter. TJ's hand come up, then surreptitiously... TJ's hand comes up, then surreptitiously scratches at an ear before letting it fall back into his lap. It does seem appropriate that TJ opens it, but if he doesn't want to, Carl looks just as hesitant. So I finally reach out and gently slide it out from under his hand. I can read it. No one objects, so I open it carefully, not wanting to rip anything as I pry the adhesive apart. A chill goes up my spine for some reason. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! A strange surreal vision comes to my mind's eye of inky blackness leaking out of the envelope, spilling slowly across the table. I can feel it, like a cold draft is wafting from inside. I pause, feeling an emptiness in my chest. What the hell? I give my head a small shake, breaking out of the trance. I guess it's only natural I feel this way. That's Sidney's handwriting on a letter, sealed after he licked it. Yeah, it's the normalest thing to happen. Getting delusions when you open a letter. What possibly could this be? He loved making these treasure hunts. And those are sad, so it makes sense that I'd feel this sudden drop in mood. I swallow as I continue to pry it open, the feeling getting worse and worse as I do. When it's finally fully opened, the feeling slowly subsides. Tension in the air seems to melt away too, like the whole town just let out a sigh of relief. I look up for a moment at the others, wondering if they are feeling the same way. It's hard to tell as they are all looking intently down at my hands. I quickly look down again and stick my fingers inside, feeling a piece of paper catch on a pad. Gently I press down and it slowly slides it from the envelope. It's bright white copy paper folded once in half. It's been creased so long that it's starting to part at the fold in the middle part, so that the edges are barely holding it together. Black blotches bleed through the paper, probably written with the same thick marker that was used for the envelope. I gently unfold it, not wanting to rip it apart any more than it already has been. The big blocky black letters are sloppy and childish. Even though it's only a few sentences, it covers the entire page. The last few words trail off into a tiny, almost illegible scrawl. It drops off down the side of the paper as Sydney realized he'd ran out of room at the end. It's like what all kids do, though, if it happens. Okay, I clear my throat. Then I start reading out loud. Welcome to treasure hunt number 7. This is the biggest one so far and I took a long time. So no cheating this time. I'm talking about you, Carl and Chase. No skipping steps. First clue. These things fly really high. It's in their home with my comb. Chase, you don't have to do this one. I know you hate it. You'll see if you figure it out. Good luck, guys. Sit. I feel my throat close just a little as I stared down at his name. He always wanted to go by Sid, but it never stuck, so none of us ever did. Just didn't suit him. I looked back up to at the others. Carl is staring at the paper and TJ's looking out at the window again. So if somebody asks you to call them a specific name, you just do it, I guess. At least I would say so. Could be wrong. Because it's like they want to be called that way? Okay, then let's call them that way. Jenna has a hand up to her mouth, staring as well. Wow. Then she wipes at her eyes and I look away. I guess I never really thought about how this might affect Jenna. She and Sydney never really got along because of the way he treated TJ. But still, he was just a kid like the rest of us. Carl lets out a ragged cough. That whole cheating thing was totally on you, Chase, not me. Jenna, sure. TJ, that's fine. Sid, no. Screw off. Exactly. And look up at Carl, raising a brow. You're the one that told me to do it. Carl smirks. And you're the one that did it. What did you do? TJ asks quietly from his corner, finally looking away from the window. Well, Sydney liked to reuse certain hiding spots. I mean, there were only so many places we could use. Yeah, and Chase went straight to Sydney's mailbox and ruined the whole thing like a boss. Hey, Crab, what's up? I was like 8. He was like 8, man. Turns out it was the last spot and he got the prize. Carl makes finger quotes around the last word. Yeah. One of those plastic clapper things we used to get in elementary school for reading a lot. He was so mad. Yeah. I remember dropping it on the ground because of how lame it was. Chase was a little shit back then, wasn't he? I mean, kids are cruel and I don't think a lot of kids would have been better. But like, he was a little shit back then. I also remember Sydney crying, but I'm not gonna bring that up. Carl seems to have at least lightened the mood though, and Jenna stopped wiping at her eyes. I'm starting to think TJ was right about this whole closure thing. I know where he's talking about for this one though. I tapped the paper with a finger. Yeah, it's the birdhouse. The bird shit. Oh, absolutely. Birdhouse, where is that? The forest. TJ sits up straight, her ears up as well. The birdhouse is one of the trees close to the road. Oh well, I never went in there because of all the shit, stuff that would get in my fur. DJ looks back out the window. The sun gone now, though the clouds in the sky are still tinged red. You guys want to do it tonight? Really? It's getting kinda late and we still gotta eat. Carl was eagerly over at the front counter, through the small rectangle that led into the kitchen. We can use Chase's car. Besides, it might be kinda fun in the dark. DJ adds the last bit meekly. Hell no. As long as you guys know where it is, shouldn't be a big problem. Gently fold the letter back up and start tucking it back into the envelope. What did he mean by saying you didn't have to do that one, Chase? I look up at TJ, then back down at the letter as I gently press the lid of the envelope. Chase isn't only deathly afraid of spiders, he's also deathly afraid of bird shit. I thought I saw something and got scared one time. That was a long time ago though. At least that's what I think he's talking about. What did you see, Chase? What was there? Why are you doing it like this? Jenna cleared her throat, seeming to have collected herself. I think I remember that. My parents told me about it. I frown. Really? I didn't like the idea of that. What did you see? I shrug. A person in the trees. A hanging person. Oh my god. Oh. Teacher shudders. So, hell fucking no to going there tonight then. Sorry for the effort, Teach. It's fine, I saw a lot of things as a kid. I feel like you did. I feel like you did, Chase. I feel like you were a bit of a fucking loony as a kid, too. I'm not going to tell them how I'm definitely still scared of that place. Besides, TJ looks really eager to start this, so I'm not gonna ruin it for him. But really, that's how... But really, that's not how bothering me... What? But really, that's not what's bothering me right now. I look down at my hands as I try to work out a timeline in my head. When was it that incident happened in the forest? I thought it'd been 10 years at the time since that was when I started going to a psychiatrist. And I'd started going because of that. But that would be impossible because... Here we are. Wait, no, game, you're not, no, you're not getting to do this. You can't. I fucking hate this game. I really do. A plate with a massive burger and steak fries lands in front of my face. The big coyote sets a smoothie down for TJ and an even bigger veggie burger down for Carl. Hey Janice, is Julian working today? Janice smiles at TJ. No dear, he's only here when I'm not. He'll be in tomorrow if you're looking to find him. Okay, thanks. Janice then clutches her tray to her chest and watches us for a moment. Listen, Chase and TJ. Why don't you come by my house again when you get the chance? I look up at Janice and see that she's got a strange look on her face. Confused and worried looking. What's wrong, Janice? TJ's voice is full of concern. What's wrong, Janice? Did we do something wrong? No, you did everything wonderfully. I just want to have a talk about the way I acted the past few days. Janice lets out an exasperated sounding laugh. Look, I was on drugs. And I'm also helplessly horny. So please help me stuff my 2 holes so I'm okay again. At least that's how I imagine Janice approaching that subject. Despite being a coyote, Janice gives off massive cougar vibes. With that red hair of hers, that earring. I feel like if she sees young Dick, she's on it. She's on it like a bloodhound on a trail. Not really sure what came over me. Don't try and get me into furry, Orco. She has red hair, Crumb. Look at her red hair. Look at it. Look. Look at that red hair. Here. Redhead. Janice and TJ can bond over seeing someone die. Can you imagine, like, she's hopping up and down on him, Orion, and is like, yeah, tell me about it. Tell me about it, Teach. Oh, yeah. Shouldn't make jokes about that. She glances at Carl. Reminds me of a waitress with blood red eyes. She glances at Carl. But we can talk about it later, in person. Enjoy your dinner. She bustles off, tray still held against her body. Sounds highly caffeinated. Might also be cocaine. Too much cocaine. But our waitress can't afford cocaine, so it's probably caffeine. Carl watches her go, stuffing a few fries into his mouth. What was that about? The way Janice had looked at Carl makes me think she doesn't want him knowing about what had happened. I think she just feels bad for making us work so much. I look over meaningfully at TJ. Yeah, maybe. TJ quickly starts sucking on his straw. Well, she should. Jenna, obviously, again, with the smackdown. Hey, King Alpha, happy Saturday to you too. I almost said happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. I inconspicuously slide my plate a little further away from her. Well, once we finish, we can go get my car and head to the forest. Glad you're doing good. Love to read it. Cheers! As I lift my burger and take a bite, I look over at the counter and where I see Janice leaning over her notepad. Her shoulders are shaking and it takes me a moment to realize that she's crying. The forest is really just a patch of trees on the side of the road near Leo's house. While it's technically small, it still covers several acres, which is enough to get lost in. The sky is a soft blue though, just enough to light to see by. It won't be long before that won't be the case though. I pull off to the side of the road in the spot where I think the birdhouse might be. Imagine having like this birdhouse out in the wild. I feel like it's not a good idea to check this after all these years. It's probably all shit up. It's been well over a decade since the last time I've seen it. This is probably where the treasure hunt is going to end, considering the time that's passed. The birdhouse isn't probably even there anymore. We step out of the car into the warm evening air. I thought we painted it blue, not white. I can't really tell you. That might be the case, though. Carl folds his arms on the hood of the car and grins at me. See? Even with the sun gone, it's roasting. At least you can drive me home now. Chase, yeah. I look over at Leo's house, but his truck is gone. TJ catches my glance. I might tell him what's going on if we find something and you want him to join us. TJ picks at his claws. It's alright. I give him a quick side hug as we step up to the edge of the trees. You can see why TJ doesn't want to tell Leo about this. He was right about Leo pretending it didn't happen. I can't imagine it would go well if we told him about nurturing up old Sydney's scavenger hunts. Leo probably wouldn't like this, I can imagine that, yeah. Because Leo is running so hard from what happened. It's not even funny anymore. He's Forrest Gumping it. So where is it? Jenna looks into the empty ditch between us and the forest, wrinkling her nose at the old scraps of garbage inside. Carl looks up and down the tree line, squinting. It kinda looks different now, but I think it's about here. It's only like 10 feet in, right? Carl looks at me. That sounds about right. We can fan out and check all the trees that close the road. TJ jumps across the ditch lightly, much more lightly than the clumsy hop I execute right after. I land unevenly on the opposite incline and windmill my arms as I lean back. Carl starts laughing before I even fall, but TJ reaches out and grabs me by the shirt, yanking me back up from the ditch. I fall into him awkwardly and quickly step back, brushing myself off, even though there isn't anything on me. Are you okay? I'm fine, thanks. I glare over at Carl, who's still laughing. Did you even try, man? He leaps over easily, clearing the ditch along a few more feet. You're a you're a fucking ram, dude. Of course you don't have problems doing that. That's not fair. I'm an otter. Don't let that hold you back from achieving your dreams. That is actually true. I side with Carl here. Never let yourself or who you are hold back in achieving your dreams. Because you can still achieve your dreams. No matter how these dreams look like. Jenna elects to delicately step around the garbage before climbing up the other side. Ooh. It's okay, you swim better than any of us, Chase. Sigh. Thanks, Teach. I turn back to the forest, which is much darker as the light struggles to filter through the branches and leaves. Well, let's start before it gets too dark. As we spread out amongst the trees, I'm struck with how quiet it is. The only sound is the crunch of our feet on the dead vegetation that starts to fade as the others move further away from me. I zigzag through the trees, trying to get a look at their full circumference. From what I remember, the birdhouse was a plain old wooden thing that hardly stood out from the trunk it was attached to. We might not see it even if we were looking right at it. While it's been a long time walking between these trees, this brings back some memories. We stopped coming here after what happened to Sydney, mainly because this was his favorite place to hang out. Oh, okay. He liked to play capture the flag here. I can still remember how fast he was. How I'd only catch glimpses of his tail between the trees before he disappeared with the flag. His team won almost every time. The summer of 22 was the last time we played. Sydney had even been getting along better with TJ then. It might have been the best summer of my life until it happened. It was almost like Echo saw us having too much fun and wanted to end it. For good. Sydney had still been a dick though. The image of Sydney whipping TJ mercilessly with the towel we used as a flag comes to mind. I moved closer to the edge of the tree line before slanting back in again. Looking up between the branches, I see that sky is a darker blue now. Sydney was kind of a cunt too, I feel like. Like everyone in his friend group was, to some sort of an extent, a cunt. It seems like. Pretty soon it'll be pitch black. It was about this light the last time I was here. I'd come along and I was 10, maybe 9. It's hard to remember now, but I think I'd gone there because I was sad. I had good memories of the forest, so I thought going there might make me feel better. I was standing in the forest, waiting to see if I did feel better. It didn't happen, so I sat down in the leaves and started crying. I was there maybe 5 minutes before I heard some branches creaking. I'd look up and saw feet swinging around. This confused me, so I stood up and backed away, staring up as I slowly realized I was seeing a fox being hung by its neck. Did he see, like, what was his name? James? Was it James or you know, the guy from Karlsruhe who possessed Jenna? I think his name was James Ben Gay. No, was not. Was it John or James? John Ben Gay. Even now I can't remember the way he looked. His overalls and his white shirt. His head had been tilted down towards me. His tongue lolling out of his muzzle, his eyes blank. I can't even remember what looked like pinkish red blood on the white fur of his chin. It must be a horrifying sight. James was the other guy. James was Carl's ancestor. Then I tripped over a branch, and when I looked back, he was gone. Yeah, obviously it could be anyone really, but I think it's kind of. I mean, John was also hung somewhere else. I feel like it was, at least we know from the Carl route, in relatively close to Carl's house, which we are not. We are more close to Leo's house now. And as far as I understood, they are fairly far apart. But I don't, like, you can never be too sure what is real and what is not real in Echo. And that's basically why I think it could have been also John. Or it was actually really somebody else. Maybe it could be some allegory for John. I don't know. That's the beauty of Echo. We can interpret this shit as we want. Not entirely as we want, but it's open enough for interpretation, and that's the nice thing about it. Some things are really ambiguous. I mean, maybe they also explain it in a few lines, and I'm speculating for not, but I heard it's half of the fun watching the stream. I can't remember much after that, except that I'd gone home and told my parents. That ended up with me seeing a doctor. They never found anything wrong with me, at least. Anything that might relate to seeing things. In the end, we were told that some kids hallucinate, that it would stop happening as I got older. I hug myself, feeling cold and a little scared now that I've brought up that old memory. While I know that I was at the age where kids hallucinate most often, I still can't get out of my mind how real it had been. Still, that's not exactly what's giving me the chills right now. Because I just realized that had been the summer after Sydney passed. That's why I was sad, because I remembered how happy the summer before that was. But you came here. Didn't you say earlier you were never back after the summer of 2022? But yet here you are, being back in the summer of 2023. And also alone? Is there something you want to tell us, Chase? Are you lying? I mean, you're the unreliable narrator trope anyways, but... Well, what are you saying here, Chase, huh? So what Sydney wrote doesn't make any sense. Unless I'm going crazy. A creak behind me makes me jump, and I roll around, eyes scanning the branches, terrified of what I might find. It's also what he wanted to allure earlier in the diner, and then Janice came in and brought the food. So basically, the letter contains something that Chase experienced after Sydney passed away. But maybe Sydney also meant something completely different and not this special, how do you say, happening to Chase. But there's nothing there, just branches creaking in the wind. I stare for a while longer before a shout from far down the line of the trees makes me jump. I found it! It's TJ's voice, high-pitched and excited. I shake myself out of my trance and start jogging towards where the lynx's voice came from. Maybe I've confused things and I'm just remembering things incorrectly. It's the only thing that makes sense. As I come up on the lynx, Carl and Jenna are already there, standing around a tree trunk. Sure enough, a little wooden birdhouse is tied to the trunk with rusty wires. I can't believe it's still here. It does look pretty beat up. Jenna points to a little wooden plug in the opening. It's closed up. I think it's been closed up the whole time. I do know, maybe. DJ pokes at the plug with a claw, then grips around the edges with all his claws before gently pulling the wooden cork-like thing out. A thick, sticky-looking trail of cobweb follows it. Ew. We all stare into the dark hole that's revealed. Chase, wanna reach in there? I'm sure there aren't any spiders. I shiver involuntarily. I don't really want to either. Jenna sighs before pushing past TJ. Bending over, she picks up a twig and sticks it into the hole before swirling it around. When she pulls it back out, it's like she's made a cotton candy cone of spider webs. She drops that, then takes out her phone, turning on the flash before holding it into the opening. Well, we all wait anxiously for her to say something. There's something in there. With that, she reaches in just with her fingers. After a few crinkling sounds, she pulls out a Ziploc bag, and inside is a folded up piece of paper and a blue comb. Holy shit, no way! Well, no one ever comes back here, so I guess it makes sense. He actually put a comb in there to make it rhyme. Haha. Jenna makes a few jerking motions away from the birdhouse to get rid of the cobwebs. She looks around, then sticks it out to me. Since you read the last one. Okay. I glance at TJ, but he doesn't make any indication that he might want it. The back is covered in what looks like a dirt and cobwebs. A few clumps of both dangle from the bottom. I open it carefully, and when I pull out the paper, I can tell that it's been wet a few times. It's a little crumpled, but when I unfold it, the water damage isn't bad enough that I can't read it. Still, the paper immediately splits in two. This time, and I have to hold them together as I read it. It's dark to the point where I have to have Carl hold up his phone to give me some light. Good job, but that was a little easy, right? Next, we will find out how brave you are. I know this was already a scary test for Chase, but that doesn't count. Do you really remember? Get a flashlight and make sure Leo is with you. Here it is. Stay in school, it will be cool. We'll have fun in 301. I hope you don't die. Sit. We are all quiet for a moment, then TJ giggles. I look at him, but he's covering his mouth with a hand, so I can't see him smiling. That's not really a riddle, is it? I smile. Go easy on him, he was a kid. Sorry. So, the old school in room 301. I assume that's where he meant by a test of courage. Shoot! He went in there all by himself? I wouldn't even do that now. Yeah, that is a little weird. So what is it with this school in this room 301? The feeling that something isn't right grows inside my chest. Well, we have to break the law to get in there. We'd be trespassing. Jenna glances at TJ because we all know the Lynx wouldn't dare breaking the law. Besides, it's getting late. Maybe we can go back. We can go check it out tomorrow. One of us can go in for you, TJ. TJ looks up the sky and stares where the stars are starting to twinkle through the branches. Well, if we're going to trespass, we should do it at night, right? Jenna's mouth falls open. What? TJ looks flustered. I mean, we don't have all that much time left. Yeah, so we should probably get as much of it done as we can. So, you're okay with breaking the law? Well, yeah, if it means we can finish this. We all stare at him. Look at our little Boy Scout over here. Look at him. The moment. The fucking moment. He has a goal and needs to do something. Right? He's becoming a fucking crime lord. Yeah, TJ, do crime. Be gay, do crime. I don't know what else to say. I just really want to get this done. It feels right. We're quiet for a moment before Carl slaps his hands together. Well, alright then, let's go. We still got a few hours before I'm going to bed. Jenna sighs loudly. Alright, but I want to get back before 10 so that I can finish my papers. Yeah, don't worry. Onward! Carl marches ahead of us, taking a running leap to cross the ditch. I look at TJ. Yeah, I sometimes do. Sometimes I don't. I'm sometimes a complete potato. And that's okay. I look at TJ, who's looking fidgety again. Hey, we'll finish this before we have to leave, okay? TJ gives me a small smile. Okay. That looks almost like in Spirit Hunter. Remember that game where we had to go into that creepy school twice? It's almost like that game. Just that we don't hunt spirits. Carl says that a cop still patrols Echo randomly at least once a night. Because of that, we let Jenna sit out in the car and keep watching. Jenna's the lookout! If someone shows up, she'll text us. Which should give us time to get out the back of the school. It'll still look suspicious as hell, but as long as we are not caught on the property and have some sort of excuse, we should be fine. At least that's what Carl says. We stand in front of the door and I notice that a couple of chains hang loosely off the door. No lock to be found. Well, at least that hasn't changed. Carl shrugs. Teenagers break in all the time. No point in putting a lock back in on there every time. Carl gives the door a shove and it slides open very slowly, letting out an unearthly squeal as it does. The three of us stand there staring into the darkness. TJ fidgets next to me. Having second thoughts? No. His voice comes out in a crackly squeak that Carl snorts at. Just so dark. This looks like a meme template. You know what you need basically? You need basically a Brassus logo at the top now. And you know what's up, right? Brassus. Nighttime has a way of doing that, man. Good thing I charged my phone before we left. Carl takes out his phone from his pocket and holds it up before turning on the light. Mine's almost dead. We can share. Carl sweeps the light inside, revealing graffiti-covered walls and dirt-covered floors. Nice. I look back and see Jenna staring at us from the car. She gives me a thumbs up. I inhale deeply. Well, let's go. Take up my own phone and step inside, and TJ follows me. Carl stands next to us, spinning in a circle. Well, it's not that creepy. Okay, so the rooms here are the 200s. TJ points at a doorway next to us. Small label above it reading 203. So that means we have to go one floor up. You don't go one floor up. The floor is covered in snakes. On the first floor. Carl sweeps his light around and points to the staircase. Shall we? Those things better be stable. Carl points his light up the staircase. I can see some graffiti up there. It's probably fine. The ram leads the way. And first tentatively setting a hoof on the first step before testing the next. Yeah, it's good. And with that, he strides up the stairs, while TJ and I following a little more hesitantly. Why don't they just demolish this place? I heard they wanted to turn it into a museum. Can't see why though. Carl shines a light on the railing. The wood rotted and broken. Hey, do you guys remember when Chase saw someone staring out from one of the windows up here? Oh my gosh, please don't talk about this right now. It's Michael Myers. Do you even remember that, Chase? Yeah, actually that was a long time ago. I hardly remembered it, but I do remember seeing a dark form in one of the windows. I'd been positive it was just an object sitting in the room, but I'd wanted to tell my friend that I'd seen a ghost. It was nothing like what I saw in the trees. Thinking about it is creeping me out though. Stop! TJ whines as he reached the top of the stairs, then clearly trying to change the subject, points up to the door. Alright, 305, so maybe this way. Chase, let me see your phone. TJ takes it from me and points up at the next door over. 304, so yeah, the last one down. He hands me back my phone and stands there a moment. Carl chuckles. Carl's a little chuckle fuck. Want me to go first? You scared? TJ glares at him. Come on, guys. I want to get out of here too. Okay. Carl leads the way again down the hall to the very end. There's more stuff in the way on this floor, with a lot of desks and chairs. Carl keeps his light up, counting down the doors. 303, 302, 300. Ah, fuck! TJ jumps a foot into the air and points my light at Carl. What? Carl turns around sheepishly, rubbing his hip. Ran into the stupid desk. Hurt like a mother. Really, Carl? TJ clings to me, taking a deep breath. But here's the door. Carl points the light back up above the door, and sure enough, there's a 301 up there. TJ and I stand next to him, both staring into the dark room. Hey, I think this might actually be the room you saw. The thing you're staring at from Carl. There's a warning tone in TJ's voice. I rub my chin. Actually, yeah, I think it is. TJ sighs loudly and closes his eyes. Guys, please, can we just... Yeah! Ah! Carl thrusts his hands into TJ's side as he yells, sending TJ into a hysteric fit of screaming and grabbing on me. Oh no. I stumble as I try to keep the lynx from rending my flesh with his claws. Oh no. Oh shit, sorry, ow! Carl reaches out to, I assume, comfort TJ, but gets a backhand across the face in response. You ass! Ooh, that is strong. Like, if TJ says ass, you know he's ass mad. He's mad as shit, dude. I watched the two of them with wide eyes, never having seen TJ so indignant. Carl stares back, a hand up to his cheek. Whoa! Alright, let's start looking. As if nothing happened, TJ takes my phone and strides into the room, his tail twitching in irritation. I feel like that was a very important happening for TJ because he's a little bit like Chase in the sense that he's very passive, but TJ is more the guy who has everyone else solve his problems for him, and TJ is more like the guy who can stand up for himself. He needs to learn how to fight back on his own. Yeah, because I feel like that is something he needs to do. I can't believe you slapped me. Carl calls after him but gets no response. I smile, trying not to laugh as I walk past the ram. Can you? He asks me, rubbing his cheek as he follows me in. Hey, you asked for it. Probably not the best time to be scaring him. Yeah, whatever. What the hell are we looking for anyway? I look around. From what I can see, there's nothing much left in the room. A few desks are pushed up against the wall, and aside from a chalkboard and map, at one end of the room, there's nothing else here. I go over to stand by TJ at the other end of the room, looking at the desks. There's not much here. There's not much in here, is there? TJ sweeps the light around the room, frowning. Not really. He points the light at Carl, who's at the other end of the room by the chalkboard. Anything written on the chalkboard, Carl? Carl shines his light on the board and gasps. What? There it is. It's a whole lot of dick. Carl steps to the side and pointing his light at the board, and sure enough, it's covered in countless drawings of penises, dicks, schlongs, boy bananas, flesh hoses, meat sausages. TJ sighs. I mean, we were bound to hit a roadblock eventually. I trail off, staring at the window at the far end of the room, where I see a small-looking box on the ledge. What's that? I point and TJ shines the light over at it. The metal box glints at us. TJ immediately walks over to it and I follow him. Carl joins us as TJ fiddles with the latches, popping them open. There's a soft creak as he lifts the lid. A tray extending out at us as he does. And there, sitting in the tray, is another folded piece of paper. There is no way. Yeah, that makes no sense. Why not? TJ gently picks up the note, handing me back my phone. Shine that on this for me, please. Did TJ, prepare all of this while being in a, I don't know, moonlighting phase or whatever? Or is TJ schizophrenic? TJ might have gone off the deep end. He might manifest Sydney himself inside of him, and then he switches personalities. And the personalities don't remember each other, and that's who prepped this. Someone would have taken it by now. No, it makes no sense what I said, by the way. Well, they didn't, see? TJ had unfolded it and he shows me the handwriting. The exact same we'd seen on the other two notes. I frown, but I don't say anything more. Maybe it did just sit here for the past 10 years. No one wanting to bother with an old looking lockbox. But this place is broken irregularly, with the whole point being to tag ours. To tag or take stuff. Someone definitely should have taken it by now. This was all on top of the idea that Sydney came in here as a little kid just to hide a note. Something's isn't right, and I'm starting to feel uneasy. I don't have time to dwell on that though as CJ begins to read. So you went to the school. You found it with some tools. Next, go to where I sleep. You were kicked out of the vet? Woo! Why were you kicked out? YouTube said no. You ain't watching anymore. It's where I keep my secrets, something Chase can't keep. Sit. It's silent for a moment as we all take that in. I feel my face flush and my fur prickle as I wonder what the hell that last line was supposed to mean. How do you even have to think about what the hell that means? He said you're fucking tattletale, Chase. You can't keep secrets for shit. And you're a bad friend. That's what Sydney said. You're probably not a bad friend, but you're a little tattletale. Yeah, so graveyard or bedroom. We gotta go grave robber, boys. Oh yeah, pick if you... At least it's with the iPhone. If you want to take a pic with the iPhone, like it shuts down everything. It just says no. You're just taking this pic now. There will be nothing else. Carl and TJ don't look at me, but I can sense that they want to. Carl is the first one making a sound clearing his throat. So, Sydney's bedroom, maybe? That's what I'm thinking. This kid is writing this stuff. It should be pretty straightforward. I shake my head. Really, guys? TJ finally looks over at me. What? There's a defensive tone in TJ's voice, and I know he knows what I'm about to say. This is way too much. TJ frowns at me. Too much what? You know. I trail off, not used to TJ looking at me this way. He lets the silence drag on, and I look over to call for help. He clears his throat again. You know, Teach, this is pretty weird. Like, someone would have probably taken it by now. Why does it have to be the case? People could have just missed it. We almost did. TJ looks back down at the note, holding it above path. Maybe it was, what's her face? The coyote. Janice. Maybe Janice is doing all of that to get TJ to trust her in a very elaborate scheme. Maybe that's it. Can I look at it for a sec? TJ hesitates and holds it out to me slowly. I eye the links as I reach out, taking the note from him gently. TJ's behavior alone has me deciding that this whole thing is definitely a bad idea. The note looks old, just like the first two we found. The writing looks the same too. Maybe it is possible that Sydney came in here to hide the note, wanting to make his scavenger hunt especially scary for us. But still, I can't shake the feeling that something is off about it. I need to find time to really think about this. For now, though, I hand the paper back to TJ, who takes it from me gingerly, as if worried it'll fall apart. Carl, do you know who lives in Sydney's old house now? Carl tips his head, back as of thinking. I can't remember his name, but he's a red panda, I think. A red panda? Who are we encountering here now? Well, let's go then. I give a start. To the house? His family moved out right after it happened. There's no way it's still there, TJ. The other two were. This is different, though. Might as well try. I would like to know a little bit more about Sydney's family, though. Or is that essentially it, what we get? That Bronson fucked Janice and ran over Samuel. I think Samuel was his name. Might as well try. I can't imagine going up to the new homeowner and telling him about Sydney and his posthumous scavenger hunt and him letting us in. But the determined look on TJ's face tells me right away that I won't be able to talk him out of this. Why is TJ so determined? He was never really friends with Sydney anyways, or was he? He wasn't, though. I sigh. Well, can we at least do it tomorrow? Look at my phone. It's almost 10. TJ doesn't say anything as he looks out the window, his face barely visible in the darkness. Carl shifts around next to me. Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired. We'll have all day tomorrow. TJ suddenly turns around and heads for the door. Fine, but we're going. I'm at least. Yeah, I know. I know that they mentioned that. That's why I'm confused. Why TJ would want to solve this hunt. Because I'm still not sure if TJ really killed Sydney. I think I personally think it wasn't Sydney who killed... Jesus Christ. I don't think TJ killed Sydney. I think TJ saw him die, but it was somebody else who killed him. And that's why I tried to make sense of why TJ is so adamant to... maybe he wants answers. Maybe he expects answers at the end of the treasure hunt. We'll never know. Carl glances at me, probably feeling as uneasy as I do. Hey, I'm coming too. Just think it'll be easier. TJ doesn't respond, and we make the rest of the treacherous journey out of the school in silence. Jenna looks up from her phone as I slide into the driver's seat. Find anything? Yeah. Another note, yeah. Well, what did it say? I busy myself searching my pockets for the keys, so Jenna turns in her seat to look back at Carl and TJ. Well, next one is at Sydney's old house. What, really? Yeah, we are going there tomorrow. TJ doesn't offer anything more, so Jenna turns back around in her seat and gives me a look. She seems to sense the mood, though, and doesn't question any further. As I stick the key in the ignition, TJ speaks up again. Chase, what did he mean by you not keeping secrets? A moment of silence goes by before I answer. I don't know. Or I don't remember. But it's been a long time. I lay awake next to TJ, listening to the link's steady breathing. I've been tossing and turning for the past 3 hours, trying to get some sleep, but my mind won't settle. The whole scavenger hunt has left me with such a bad taste in my mouth. Something about it is especially unsettling, and I've turned it over and over in my mind, examining it from every angle, and now I'm sure of it. I saw that fox hanging in the forest after Sydney died. That's why I was there in the first place. That's why I'd been so sad. I turn over on my side, gripping my pillow in both paws, and I stare at the wall, still listening to TJ's soft snoring behind me. So, how the hell is any of this happening? It's scary, but not because I think Sydney's ghost is riding scavenger hunts or some stupid shit like that. No. Someone wrote the notes, pretending to be Sydney, then planted them around town for us to find. Yeah, but who would do that? And that someone is likely one of us. Leo, Carl, Jenna, Flynn, or even TJ. Yes, but why would they do it? Are any of us sick enough to do something like that? And if so, who? I try to remember if I told anyone about that incident in the forest before today, but I honestly can't remember. Apparently my mom had told some people about it. Jenna's parents for one. But I really can't imagine Jenna being among the aforementioned. Whoever writing them seems to like singling me out. It's dark, Chase. It is manifested. It's his manifestation. The bad Chase. And how I told secrets. I rolled back to stare at the ceiling and start wondering about TJ. He's been acting really strange the past few days. His bright, cheerful demeanor almost completely gone after we started the treasure hunt. I guess it's possible that he's super upset enough to do something that's as crazy as this. Maybe it could make him feel like he's connecting to the person he'd watched die over a decade ago. But why would he do it? When would he have time to prep this even? Maybe he did it a long time ago and it's only now that we've come across him? No! That wouldn't make sense either, dude. At least I think it wouldn't. I might be also very wrong. Maybe he can remember because he buried those memories. Those papers do seem pretty solid. But I can't shake the feeling that this person has it out for me in some way. I think about how Carl was the one to find the first letter. But I almost immediately dismiss the idea that Carl might be involved. He would have no reason to do it. Unless... The bad chase, so this one. Yes, exactly. The only other person I can even imagine doing this is Flynn. I can't imagine Flynn doing this. I actually can't. Seriously. Flynn might be a fucking asshole and wearing his tongue on his sleeves, but he is not somebody who would do that. I cannot imagine Flynn being that kind of character. I simply can't. Maybe it's the first blemish on his record, though. We'll find out. He was the most upset about Sydney's death aside from TJ. Carl and Flynn seem to have grown pretty close over the past year or so. I think the ram rammed his ass a few times really good. Got the two be involved somehow. It's pretty suspicious that it would just show up in Carl's basement. I roll back to my side, preferring to stare at the wall. I don't like suspecting my friends like this, but this whole thing is messed up on so many levels, and I'm really worried about TJ. Depending on how this all ends, it could make things even worse for him. Considering how Flynn treated TJ at the river, I wouldn't be surprised if it's leading up to something terrible. And on top of all of that, there's this insidious way that these rhymes refer to me. I decided that I'm going to have to do something after I find the next note, depending on what it says. If we even find it at all. I'm hoping that we don't. If you go in, I'll give you $1. No. $5. No. 10. No. You could buy like 20 candy bars with that money. I'm not going in. Alright, quit yelling. Carl and I swing side by side, synchronizing our legs so that we swing back and forth at the same time. As always, it doesn't work because Carl's so much heavier than I am. The wind feels good on my fur, finally cooling me down after being out in the heat all day. Toby sits on top of the slide next to us, watching with a bored look on his face. It's my turn, Chase. In a minute. It's been like 50 minutes. Nuh-uh. Toby sighs and sits back, pouting. I look back over at this old school and smile. But if you go inside, I'll let you. No! Toby shouts seems to echo around us, and I giggle. Fine. We swing a little longer, the rhythmic squeaking of the chains being the only sound. When's Sydney coming back with the popsicles? He's taking forever. Maybe his mom caught him and made him stay home? Ugh. Carl leans back in the swing, and I feel the entire thing shift around. I wonder if it's going to collapse. We should go to your house, Chase. It's too hot. I want to swing. Then make some music. Ah! I lower my feet and let them kick through the dirt as I slow myself down, sending a cloud of dust in the air. This talk about Sydney reminds me of something. I'd been told about yesterday and now that he isn't here. Hey guys, my mom told me something about Sid yesterday. Toby already slid down the slide and walked up next to me, holding one of the chains so to swing as he tries to push me out of the seat. Don't push me, Toby. Don't you want to hear it? It's a secret. I move to stand between the two, swings as Carl kicks his hooves into the dirt next to us. Keep swinging, Carl. I want to swing with you. Wait, what's the secret? Swing, Carl. Wait a minute. It's really weird. That seems to finally catch Toby's attention and he settles down. What? Carl and Toby stare at me, and for the first time, I feel a little worried about telling them, but having their full attention like this is kind of cool. Ah, yes, the secret he couldn't keep. You know what happened to Sid's dad a while ago when school started, right? Yeah. Carl's completely stopped on the swing now, staring at me. Well, my mom says the cops think it's really weird what happened. Sidney's dad died. He's in heaven now. Why would you tell a 7-year-old secret? Toby says it in a matter-of-factly and starts to swing a little again. Even if you're a Mormon, you can't go to heaven. My dad said so. Yeah, but do you know how he died? I start whispering, look over my shoulder at the dirt road to see if Sid is coming. It's empty for now. He accidentally got shot when he was hunting with Sid. That's what the adults told me. That he was accidentally shot. Maybe while he was loading his gun. Accidentally shot, huh? My mom said they aren't sure if that really happened, though. What do you mean? Toby seems to have taken interest again and stopped swinging, staring at me. Well, maybe Sid did something. Carl frowns. Like Sid did it? I mean, I don't know, but my mom said be careful around him, just in case. I don't think that's what your mom meant. Toby's eyes suddenly widen even more as he suddenly understands. Sidney killed his dad? Shh! Toby flinches as I grab his muzzle, with one paw squeezing it shut. You have to keep it a secret. Toby just sits there staring at me. Carl does the same. Now I kind of wish that I hadn't told them. They don't know, though. My mom just said to be careful, that's it. It might have been an accident. I talk kind of fast, like I'm trying to take back what I just said. I let go of Toby, but he just sits there and doesn't swing. Carl just stares at the ground. Then his ears flick up. A few seconds later, I hear scuffing footsteps making their way up the dirt road, and I turn around to see Sydney jogging towards us. His arms are filled with colorful ice pops wrapped in plastic. Yo! Idiot! Welcome! And thank you for the hearts. Hey, sorry. I had to go to the basement freezer to find some. They are super wolf pops. He stumbles up next to us, kicking up another cloud of dust. He stands there for a second, breathing, heavy sweating, though his thick fur. Through his thick fur. Grab one? The three of us reach out automatically and take one of each. One of our own. Mine is partially melted already. Blue liquid pooling at the end of the plastic. Sydney frowns at us. What were you guys talking about? Oh, you know, your dad getting shot during the hunt. I hope you're having a good stream. Yes, I do. I always have a good stream. It's always fantastic to hang out with you guys. Even if I'm reading more to you right now, but that's okay. Nothing. Kyle says almost before Sydney can finish the sentence. Until I annoy him with stalking. Dude, don't make me get the red hat back. Janice is waiting for you, Crumb. She really is. Give me 1 second, everyone. Okay. Now it seems to work. Sydney glares. Yeah, right. What were you saying about me? Sydney turns on me, and I just shake my head, busying myself with opening the plastic. Then Sydney turns to Toby, his glare turning into a smirk. All right, Tobias, you better tell me what you were talking about. I feel my stomach turn as I open the packet and turn it upside down to pour the blue juice into my mouth. Tell me I'm gonna wrestle ya. Sydney goes at Toby with his paws up, bearing the blunt claws. Toby eyes him for a moment, but once Sydney gets close, the lynx twists out of the way, like only a cat can. Don't touch me! Toby hides behind Carl and as Sydney turns to watch him. What's wrong? Toby doesn't say anything, standing behind me quietly. Yo, Charlotte! Miss you too. Yeah, I know you're working with it. I know you are. All good, man. Toby doesn't say anything, standing behind me quietly. I can feel his cold ice pops pressing into my back. We stand in silence for a while and I can see Sydney trying to figure out what's going on. I only know the Gene Wilder version of Willy Wonka. Hey, let's go to my house and play on the trampoline. Yeah. Carl hops out of the swing and starts walking towards the road. I follow him as Toby clings to my side. Sydney doesn't follow, and after a moment, I turn back to look at him. He's glaring at me. What? He goes on glaring before throwing his ice pop into the dirt and running past us. You guys suck! He runs up the road and back toward town, disappearing into the bright sunset. Oh, wow. Oh, it's Friday. Can't wait what happens the next 3 days. There is probably nothing happening there. Not at all. TJ gets up early in the morning and I fall in and out of sleep as he moves around the room quietly. The shower turns on at some point, and I think I hear Jenna's voice. Fall asleep again, and when I wake up next, I see Jenna in the corner of the room, sitting at the little table and typing away at her laptop. I stare at her groggily until she notices me. Morning. Still tired, it's almost noon. I rub my face into my pillow and groan. Guess I was up later than I thought. I force myself to sit up. The furry adventures continue, yes. They will do so until we finished Arches. Yeah, Arches, I think. And then I'll probably need to do another platform and replay the smoke room. There's like so many visual novels in this universe, it's crazy. It's like the furry visual novel universe. Yeah, I've been having trouble too. The beds are terrible. I look around. Where's Teach? Hike. What? He went out on a hike. FVNU. Exactly. Rolls just off the tongue. Actually, we should call it the Echo Visual Novel Universe. EVNU. But FVNU is probably sounding better. I don't know. He went on a hike. I sit there frowning at Jenna. She types a while until she finally notices me staring and shakes her head. I don't know, he wanted to go alone. He's been asking us to go with him all week. I know, I think something's bothering him. Jenna pauses. Well, I know it's the scavenger hunt. Of course, that's what's bothering him. I sit on the edge of the bed, rubbing my face with my paw. That was a bad idea. Jenna goes on typing. Maybe, maybe not. He really wanted to do it. I'm going to try and talk to him when he gets back, though. I stare at my feet for a moment, deciding on whether or not to just text him now. Jenna, do you think there's something weird and about the treasure hunt? Jenna doesn't even look up from her screen. Of course I do. I think everything about it is weird. Oh, thank the Lord, somebody at least says it out loud. I mean, I don't even know if Sydney put those there. Jenna finally looks up to me. Why not? Just everything seems off. Who do you think put them there then? Shrug. I don't know. Jenna stares at the computer screen for a while, not typing anymore. The big green dragon, no, the big black dragon. The dragonblack.com. That's how I imagine it. Hi, welcome. Well, the whole reason we are doing this is because of TJ. This seems to be what he wants to do. And even if it was someone else that left them there, if it's going to help them, then I'm going to help him with it. Jenna shrugs. And in the end, all the treasure hunt. I'm hoping that it ends at the house. Yeah. Jenna goes to typing, apparently done with the conversation. So I finally can get up and go to the shower. Breakfast is long gone by the time I got to the lobby. What's left is a few dried biscuits. Like, that's not how this works, dude. Just ask for more. Normally you should be able to get something more out of it. So I opt to go to the diner instead, while Jenna opts to stay in the room and finish her paper. Well, of course she does. I wouldn't have gone here alone, Chase. Janice just wants to ride your dick. And really hard. Janice comes over to take my order, and my short answers to her pleasantries keep her from being too chatty. Who wants that old coyote by his side, huh? Not Chase, that's who. Once I'm done ordering, I sit back and look out of the window. watching the bright sun bake the hot desert below. Just got back, woo. Had to talk to a bank and do adult stuff. Personally, this is so much better. Dude, like a bank, talking to banks is never fun. I was at ours on the day before yesterday, was Thursday. Wasn't a lot of fun there. I can tell you that. Imagine TJ out there on the trail, trudging along the path under the 100+ degree heat. Aside from worrying, about worrying what he might be going through right now, I also worry that he might pass out in this kind of weather. I can only hope we had the right of mind to take along enough water and make sure to cool off, like he did to me. I looked down at my phone and the table again, considering whether or not I should call him. I mean, you can write him a message, you don't have to like directly call him or whatever, lest he gets you into doing trails with you again. I look down at my phone. Maybe I text at least. Exactly, just text him. Hey, man. Wow, that's a text for the ages. Hey, man. How about you just write what you think? Hey, man, comma, I'm a bit worried because you just up and left. Comma, are you okay? Question mark. How about that? No, just, hey, man. I wouldn't even answer that. Like, yeah, so what? I mean, I would answer it, but it's like a weird way to send somebody a message. Best texts are the ones that just say, hey. Those Twitter DMs that every streamer gets at one point, where somebody just slides in your DM and says, hey, and then you say, what do you want? And then they say, I'm an artist! And then you're already hitting the block button because you know it's just some fucking weird scam. One at the bottom. One at the bottom? Did I miss something? And I set my phone back down and wait for a response, wondering if they drive out to the trail myself if he doesn't. That's when I sense someone move up next to my table. I look up, expecting to see Janice, but I've met with the sight of a young white deer, his clasped paws holding a folded blue apron. This guy again. This guy looks like a fucking dork. I wouldn't be surprised if he got beat up in high school. Like, they have some dorky ass designs in Echo, but this takes the cake, dude. Like, he might be a good character, but I'm not a fan of the design, I'm gonna be honest. I blank on his name for a few moments and I'm left with my mouth hanging open like an idiot. Because you are an idiot, Chase. Then I remember. Oh, Julian, what's up? Julian smiles. Hey there, my shift just ended and I saw you sitting there. Wait, but he doesn't go on. I wait, but he doesn't go on. Oh, I don't want to say it, but it looks like he's expecting it. And I can't really find a way out, so... Julian is the one who organized the treasure hunt. And he wants to get all of them in one place so he can kill all of TJ's friends and then has TJ for himself alone forever as a sex slave. That's exactly what's going on here. I sniffed it out. I'm a Sherlock. I'm a master detective. Wanna sit down? Yeah, sure. Julian responds quickly and slides in the booth across from me, setting his folded apron down on the table. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I wonder if I sound a little annoyed. You probably do, Chase. You probably do. You're always a whiny little bitch. A part of me hopes that I do so. A part of me hopes that I do so that he might get the hint, like Janice did. But he goes there, interlocking his fingers and resting his forearms on the table. How are you today? Good, you? Julian shrugs. I've been better. This job is really starting to wear me out, you know. Yeah, I've had a few like that. Well, the bugs seem nice. I don't think I've had more than 5 conversations with the guy in my entire life. He was a regular face that I saw through middle and high school, a part of the background. It wasn't until the last 2 years of high school that I noticed him and TJ hanging out. And TJ was the only reason we ever briefly interacted. So I'm a bit confused now as to why he's suddenly taken an interest. Yeah, what sort of job do you have? Well, I'm in between jobs right now. I'm going to school, but I'll probably stock shelves over the summer, like I did last year. The worst kind of job, the student job. Chase, at least try to get a job that's a little bit more related to what you study. Journalism. So that job wore you out? Well, no, but my fast food job did. The one I had in high school, I kind of like stacking boxes and putting stuff on shelves. See, I think food service jobs are definitely the worst. I can see why stocking might be a little bit better. You have no clue how fucking shit the shit can get. He breaks off his Chinese, comes back, setting my chicken sandwich. Setting down my chicken sandwich. Oh, you know Chase, Julian? A little. I know him through Teach. Well, if you see the boy again, let him know that I'd like to chat with him. I look up and Janice gives me a wink before bustling off. I decide to definitely not let TJ know. Better is that. Better is that. Because she's definitely into that link sausage. She wants some link sausage in her. Yo, but like, what happens? Okay, so here's the question. And I want you to think about this all. What happens if a lynx, so in this echo universe, if a lynx or a white deer or whatever species impregnates another species like Jenna, what is the baby looking like? Is it a combination of lynx and coyote? Or is it gonna be either or? How does that look? I know that in Shadowrun, the TTRPG, it's like you're either or. And then it doesn't necessarily mean it looks like orc with fur. Okay. It's a crime against nature. That's what it is. Most mother species. So in Shadowrun, it's there are no half breeds essentially, and you can get either or even a completely different species. Orc with fur. According to the writers, there's no interspecies pregnancy in the Echo universe. That's interesting. Okay, something to think about. So they clarified that. Okay, so there's no interspecies pregnancy. That's the best. That's the best way of contraception. Just never fuck within your own species. You will never fucking get. Remember dwarves? Yeah, I remember dwarves, but they don't exist in Shadowrun. You're either or. You're either dwarf or an elf. Most of the time, it'll lead to no pregnancy. Species very rarely create a hybrid, and often those are sterile. Yeah, see, mules. Mules are hybrids, right? Is it a donkey fucking a horse or a horse fucking a donkey? No, those are two different hybrids. It's either a mule or something else. But yeah, those exist and they are sterile. That helps. But yeah, anyways, it is an interesting tidbit that Orion threw in here that in Echo there's no interspecies pregnancies. So wait, there's no mules in Echo lore? I don't know. Maybe that's the exception of the rule, you know, because it also exists biologically. But like I said, best contraceptive ever. Except if you have the absolute worst privilege of all time. Mules like us. Yeah, some exist, but only through human intervention. Wouldn't happen in nature. Yeah, it doesn't also make sense for nature, right? What would a wolf furry and a human create if there's no hybrid? Nothing. That's what we STDs. You know what they would create? An ow because the knot is too big. That's what would they create. I decide to definitely not let TJ know. But anyway, I'm going to school over at Misa, and this diner has some seriously flexible hours. Only reason why I'm still here. He looks like he's very angry right now. At least you guys don't seem very busy, even during the lunch hour. I nodded to 2 or 3 other occupied tables. Yeah, it's a wonder we're still in business. Probably gonna have to close down in a year or 2. That idea actually makes me a little sad. I looked down at my chicken sandwich, feeling a bit awkward at the idea of Julian just watching me eat. So I leave it on the plate for now. I'd just be a motherfucker. I'd be just, yeah, you sat down, you didn't order shit, so fuck you, I'm gonna eat my lunch. Maybe I'd offer him a piece. Like, look, do you want like a share of my chicken sandwich? I'd be that kind of guy, but I'd eat. Julian leans back and looks out the window. So where's Teacher at? I thought you two were hanging out. You buried him in the desert. I sniffed you out. I get the feeling that this is the main reason why Julian is talking to me. Yeah, he went off on a hike earlier this morning. I slept in. Oh, I see. He still do that a lot? I shrug. I don't know. We've only been here about a week. He does love going on hikes though. I mean, does he do that at CCU? I stare at Julian for a second before I realize what he's talking about. Oh no, I don't go to CCU. I'm at Pueblo. Oh, so you guys met up, huh? Well, I picked him up and brought him here along with Jenna. But she goes to Pueblo too, so I grow a little frustrated and having to explain everything to this guy. All I want... Look, not everyone knows what kind of shit happens in your little clique. You know? Why did you offer him a seat anyways if you don't want his company? Chase is being a little shit again. I still can't really make sense of Julian either. So far he seems more of a like Raven kind of side character. Not really all that involved, but that might change obviously. I see. Well, Teacher was my best friend during senior year. After you and Carl left, we hung out all the time. After he left for college, we kind of lost touch. They lost touch, huh? Yeah, he's not very active on social media. I've only seen DJ post a few pictures since he started classes. Not everybody has to live online, dude. I do, that's enough. A few were of him on the college soccer team, and one was of him standing in a prayer circle along with an inspirational quote. But Julian revealing that he was TJ's best friend toward the end of high school cools my exasperation. I suppose he does have a reason to know what TJ might be up to. He was kind of depressed right after graduation, so I've been a little worried about him. Depressed? That surprises me. I never know TJ to be depressed. Oh no, the happy guy can never be depressed. That will never happen ever, right? Maybe I don't know much about him. You don't know much about him, indeed, Chase. I thought it might have to do with graduation, but it went on all summer. It's gonna be interesting, Beastman. Very interesting. Oh well, if you want to talk to him, I can definitely let him know. I just shared my phone on the table. I also make a mental note to myself that I should talk to TJ too about everything. About everything. Julian smiles. That would be great, please do. I think he must have changed his number after leaving. Psych teacher told me you don't look depressed. How do I look like then, huh, psych teacher? How do I look like then? You look like a serial killer. Oh shit, no. The serial killer! Okay. I hesitate and pick up the phone to type out the brief message. I just met Julian at the diner. He'd like to talk to you. DJ hasn't been texted back yet. Yeah, he doesn't really have to, but it's also worrying because I feel like TJ would be the kind of guy who texts you back immediately. How long have you known TJ? I set the phone down. I set the phone back down and settled back into the booth. Since he got here in like 2001, so 14 years ago. Oh shit. So TJ wasn't even like here a year or almost just a year. And he was, oh, okay. So Sydney died in 2002, a year after TJ arrived here. That's fucked. Gonna get interesting, timeline-wise. Wow. That's a long time. No shit. Yeah, it really is. You guys always been good friends? For the most part. I had times where I was kind of a dick to him. Happy anniversary. But he's always been a good friend to me. I see. Yeah, we all went to the same elementary school, but it wasn't until junior high that I met him in Bible study. Ah, of course. I always knew about you guys though, the Echo Kids. Yeah, that was us, the weirdos. I glance around before Julian glances around before lowering his voice. It was a mean thing to say, but this town is kind of messed up. A lot of weird things happen here. I can't argue with that. Julian looks around, biting his lip. He then lowers his voice another notch. Why is the music going quiet? Hey, so this is gonna be a bit weird and I don't want to offend you. But it's something that's bothered me for a while. I eyed Julian warily. Yeah? DJ told me what happened at Lake Emma a while back. When we were talking about death and heaven. I feel a little chill go up my spine. Well, he never actually told me what exactly happened, but I can tell it really affects him. Julian pauses. But I don't say anything, keeping my eyes fixed on the table. Now. You don't have to tell me. And if it makes you uncomfortable, please don't. But I feel like if I have a better idea of what happened, I might understand him better. Julian brings his interlocked fingers up to his chin and to rest on it. I'm not going to ask him to tell me, of course. I know it was a long time ago, but I know you can carry stuff like that around for a long time. So if you're not okay with it, then please just let me know and I'll change the subject. I contemplate for a moment, wondering if the bug is out of line to be asking about such a thing. He totally is, actually. I decide he isn't. Okay, well. He's one of TJ's best friends, so in a way he's sort of connected to it. So, well, here's the truth, Julian. I am Chase, and I'm a serial killer. And that day, I choked a bitch to death called Sydney. That's what happened. I just made that up. I don't know if that happened. So I guess he does have a reason to know. Okay, but please don't bring it up with TJ. Like you said, it really it still really affects him. Of course it does. He witnessed somebody die. Never. Julian looks at me solemnly. I think for a moment, gathering my thoughts. It's been a long time since I thought about the story from beginning to end. The story, huh? You're dialing the Interpol. It was around August, I think, 23. It's a little bit harder to remember. But I do remember is that we'd all gone down to... Hey, wait a second. Why is it 23 now? That makes no sense. What? He said it was 2002 when Sydney passed. Okay, I have to continue to read on. Maybe he's going to talk about something completely different. There's a little spot where the beach kind of curves in, and it's mostly sand and shallow water. That's where we'd usually hang out and swim. Even though the water was always sort of stagnant there, it was at least safe and warm compared to the rest of the lake. I think at some point one of us wanted to go and skip rocks. We went to go further up the shore to do that, and TJ was more interested in building sandcastles. So he stayed behind while the rest of us went up to the beach to find the rocks. When you go up that far, you can't really see that spot anymore, so I'm not completely sure what happened. I vaguely remember looking back at TJ. We went up the beach, the lynx bending over his castle to the back of his wet swim trunks covered in sand, from when he'd sat down. Sydney went with us. I last remember, but while we were skipping rocks, he sort of just disappeared. I glanced up at Julian for a moment and see him listening attentively before I looked back down at the table. Anyway, we heard some splashing and some shouting from TJ, and we all ran up the beach to see Sydney floating out in the lake. I swam out there and got... No! 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 He said earlier, Sydney died 2002. Chase, why are you lying? What is going on here? Is that a typo or am I crazy? No, I don't think that's a typo. I think that's deliberate. I really do think it's deliberate. The Chase is making up shit in his head. He's an unreliable Chase is lying, therefore he did it. He probably did it, right? He probably murdered Sydney. I don't know, I never caught it myself. I mean, am I stupid? Did I misread earlier? But he said 2002. I don't mention the part where TJ was crouched 3 feet of water, staring at Sydney's floating body, 20 feet away from him. I don't tell him that TJ's explanation for what happened always amounted to Sydney stepping out too far into the water. It was a fucking otter! Are you kidding me? How can he drown? I don't think you misread. Okay, thank you. I'm not losing my mind. How he'd even said that is almost Said that it almost looked like an invisible shark had grabbed Sid and pulled him out. How none of it makes any sense at all. None of us are sure what happened. Most likely that's why Chase is going to... I mean, others don't have gear. Yeah, but they established at the start of the visual novel that he can hold his breath for around 10 to 20 minutes. And in that case, Sydney could have gotten saved. Something... I'm not sure what to make of those dates either. I mean, it could be just a typo, honestly, but at least I'm paying attention when I read this shit, so at least I can say that. And it sends me into spirals of questioning everything. Like, we know that Chase is an unreliable narrator, so you can, and then there's Sam. So you could basically or reasonably expect for him to pull this kind of shit. Saying once it's 2022, 2020. It's 22. It's 2002 or it's 2003, just to throw the audience off. It seems to me enough for Julian, though, as he shakes his head. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, but thank you for telling me. All I knew was that a friend of his drowned in the lake. He didn't tell me how close he was to it. It makes sense why he would still deeply affect him. Yeah, of course. There's no reason to lie about the year. So he cut... I realized that Juliet is probably the first person that I've ever told the story to outside of Echo. I also realized that it wasn't hard to do at all. I suppose it's easier to tell someone who wasn't related to the incident, someone that has no connection to the raw horror of that day. That and a lot of time has passed. Maybe I just got over it without even knowing. But yeah, Echo is a crazy place. You know about that mass hysteria thing that happened 100 years ago? This place is kind of famous for that. Almost all of the paranormal podcasts I listen to have an episode on it. Oh no! The paranormal podcast! Today I'm in a haunted house, kids! My heart skips a beat as I suddenly remember my project. I cover my face with my paws. Shit. What's wrong? Did I say something? I uncover my face to see Julian looking at me with some concern. No, I just forgot some schoolwork that I need to get done, a project. The excitement around the scavenger hunt completely wiped the thought of it from my mind. Oh, what kind of project? A news report on Echo and that mass hysteria incident. I've barely done anything on it since I first got here. Hey, that's so cool. Do you need help? I blinked, the bug's eagerness surprising me. For the first time I see him become embarrassed. The skin on the inside of his ears turning a dark red. Sorry, it's something that has always interested me, so I got a little excited. I glanced down at my phone and see that I still haven't gotten a response from TJ. I get an idea. Despite my initial annoyance, I like how considerate Julian was about the whole lake incident. I also want to give him a chance to see TJ before the end of our trip. Well, actually, I've been managing to get some footage of the mine, at least the opening since it's been sealed up. If you want, we can get up there to get some shots and at the same time look for TJ. The trail is in that area. Julian perks up. Hey, that would be awesome. Thanks. Do you want to eat first? I look down at my sandwich, then shake my head. I'll just eat on the way to the motel. Oh, I got my truck. I can drive you over and there's a bunch of room if you need it for your equipment. Oh, okay, yeah, thanks. Just let me get a to-go box and we can leave. 20 minutes later and we are heading up the narrow canyon road toward the mine. I haven't been here in years, but the dirt looks... Julian! How does that quote from Pirates of the Caribbean go? You best believe in ghost stories, Miss Elizabeth. You're in one. You best believe in horror stories, Julian. You are in one. I haven't been there in years, but the dirt road leads straight to it, so I don't even have to look up instructions. Julian chats away while I eat my lukewarm sandwich out of the foam to-go box. While there's an almost robotic quality to the buck, with how articulate he is also really nice. Jason's already gauging the poontang quality again. Fucking horny Chase, man. He's always he always wants boy pussy, always. Jason's like, I don't know. I can certainly see why TJ would call him a friend. The bumpy road goes upward and finally we get to the mine. There's a wide open dirt space for parking, along with some concrete barriers along the edge of the drop-off. There are a few signposts, probably giving a brief history on the mine, and then there's TJ. The lynx is sitting at the opening of the mine right at the entrance. He's leaning back against the rebar grid that sealed the entrance. What the? Julian stops talking and I look over at me and looks over at me. Then in the direction I'm looking. Wow, is that Teach? I don't say anything. I realize now how limp the lynx looks. His head tipped back, his paws limply laying on the ground. I'm out of the truck before Julian can even park. My go-to box spilling out onto the gravel as I jog towards TJ. TJ, hey, what's wrong? You okay? The lynx doesn't respond, and when I get up to him, I see that his eyes are open, but they are rolled back to the point where I can see only white. Well, that's not good. I bent over him, trying to help him sit up better, made more difficult by his bulky backpack getting in the way. As I'm doing this, I feel a rush of cold air from the mine blowing out through the rebar. That's Brian. That is Brian. I ignore it at first, focused on trying to get TJ to respond to me. But then I realized there's a hissing sound to go with it, likely like some exhaling. I glance up through the grid, but I don't see anything. Still, I get this unnerving feeling that the opening is breathing somehow. Is he alright? Julian's shouting and running up next to me. Turns my attention back to TJ. I look down at the lynx and see his ears twitching around. Huh? And crouch down next to him, putting a paw behind his head, giving him some support. TJ, what happened? Are you okay? TJ turns to me, blinking in confusion. Okay, what's wrong? He rubs his eyes with the back of his paw before adjusting himself so that he can sit up straight. You were just sitting there. You almost looked... Julian pauses. It looked like you were passed out or something. TJ finally seems to focus on us. The dazed look in his eyes disappearing. Passed out? No, I was just taking a quick nap. Haha. No, you weren't. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not buying this for a second. Teach lets out a short laugh and leans his head back against his backpack. What? Here? I look back at the sealed mine, the ominous blackness still seeming to yawn open at us. Why? Well, it's hotter than usual today, so I started to feel like I was going to pass out. Thought that might be a bad sign, so I decided to rest once I got here. You came here on purpose? I was taking a nap. Those two get very tiring. Yeah, that's seizure, man. That's seizure. Yeah, I saw the canyon with you the last time. So I decided to take a trip to the mine this time. DJ smiles lazily up at me as he continues to lunge against his backpack. Sorry I worried you and... Oh, Julian. Oh, this guy is there too. DJ suddenly seems to realize that the stack is here. What are you doing here? DJ quickly gets to his feet, sliding his arms out off the straps of his backpack. He hugs Julian, the stack hugging back just as enthusiastically. The two are so cute! Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I'm sorry. No chat is gonna be burnt down tonight. Took me a little while. I apologize. We're gonna do late children. He's back. Okay. Thanks for relaying the message, Bam. Okay, we are going to continue this. Seems like Julian and our friend TJ here are best buds. He asks Julian the stack, hugging back just as enthusiastically. TJ doesn't even greet me intimately. So intimately. Are you jealous, Chase? Is that it? Yeah, do you want some Lynx boy pussy? Is that what you want? I guess I have more of a history than I thought. Yeah, because you don't care for your friends. Hey Teach, yeah, I met Chase at the diner. You weren't answering your text, so we both decided to come up and find you. That and Chase needs to get some footage for his project. Oh, cool. Do you need some help with that, Chase? Teacher turns to me with a grin. I don't know what it is, but TJ is acting a lot more chipper than he was yesterday. I think the stroke unclogged his brain. He's happy. His endorphins. Probably what happened there. I have to smile because of it, despite the situation just a few minutes ago. Chase, sure. Another breeze of cool air seems to whoosh softly through the rebar. I looked back at it. This mine. TJ, why the hell would you sleep here next to the creepy mine? TJ frowns. It was really cool. Like, old. I was laying in the opening and felt some cool air blow out. So I decided to lean against it. It feels really nice. And the dead children, the spirit of the dead children did enter my body and possessed me. DJ walks up to the metal grid and spreads his arm out, clutching onto the bars as he presses his face against it. Ah! He leans his head back, pulling a face. Well, it smells really musty, but it feels good. I look back at the opening, the blackness inside sending chills up my spine. Ah, yes, the best place to lie down next to the kitty dungeon ghost man. Yeah, absolutely. The only place where you lay down to sleep. I think back to when a body was found in there over 100 years ago. Even though I know there aren't any dead bodies in there now, it still creeps me. Oh, are you sure about that? We know for a fact that there are dead bodies inside and that a serial killer hides them in there. We know that. If the dead can rest here, I can too. DJ's like, if that's their final rest, it's gonna be my rest stop. Just don't pee in the mine, TJ, okay? And try to hide my shudder as I turn away looking back at the truck. Hey, so are we going to teach his old house now? Is that why you guys came to find me? Things when you're dead people, I can leave. Yes, you can. Teacher's trying to hide it, but I can hear his eagerness in his voice. I turned back to look at him. The Lynx now, with his back to the mine, pressed up against it. I want to tell him to move away from the opening, but I wouldn't be able to explain to him why. It makes me feel bad, Teach. Well, let me get some filming done first. I can do the voiceover later, so it'll be quick. I hope Becca wins as I realize how much time that's also going to take. My project is going to be shit at this point. I can't avoid that. Should have done more for it, DJ, Chase. Should have done more for it. Should have done every day an hour, and it would have been great. She brought just surely insults that. Ah, you're stupid. You died. You got murdered by a potential child PDF file, man. I just need to make it the least shit as I can. Oh yeah, sorry. DJ laughs nervously, then looks away. Sorry, I'm just a little loopy from my nap. You guys really surprised me. Oh yeah, sure, you're a little loopy, right? You're a little Fruit Loop. Okay, I'm gonna get my equipment really quick, alright? DJ nods at me and I jog off to the parked truck to grab my camera. So TJ might still be acting a little weird, but I'm just glad to see him happy again. Seeing him the way that he was last night was a little unnerving, to say the least. I scoop up my camera back from the bed of the truck and head back, slowing down the walk as the heat is already starting to catch up with me. How TJ was able to go on a several hour-long hike is absurd to me. It almost seems foolish, especially for someone like TJ who knows about how dangerous that can be. When I go back to the mine entrance, I see Julian and TJ sitting with their backs to either side of the opening, chatting with each other. They are eating granola bars, and TJ holds one out to me as I approach. Don't worry, you'll have the best excuse in life today. Thanks. Hey, Teach. Huh? TJ looks up at me innocently. If you want to go hike again, be sure to bring me next time, okay? I don't think you should be alone out here. Oh yeah, sure. I just realized the music is way quieter than it usually is. Sovian! Sovian is my favorite train conductor. We went on a date and we drove over orphans with his train. Was kinda hard, not gonna lie. Sovian, I'm so sorry. There were 0 orphans. Okay, they weren't orphans, they were just normal children. Gotcha. We did run a train. I think get the jizzes going like, oh, what, for real, for real. Do they all have stuff for a furry? Well, this has been fun. I'll see you all later. Oh no, you can't leave right now. Now the fun only starts. Have a good one. We did run a train. Yeah, that we did. Take care, Sovian. Oh yeah, sure. He's droop a small frown on his face. Just don't want you to get hurt, you know. It's really hard today, and it would have been really terrible if you passed out. Thank you for the hearts. I heart you too. Yeah, sorry. I dropped my back gently on the ground before leaning back against the wall next to the links. Unsurprisingly, unlike more orphans was getting censored by YouTube. YouTube, stop freaking with my audience! I dropped my back gently on the ground before leaning back against the wall next to the links. Oh good, I just want to make sure you're okay. Thanks. I just didn't want to wake up this morning. Jenna offered to go with you, didn't she? DJ sighs quietly, looking away from into the mine. Yeah, but I can't tell you guys don't want to go. I just don't want to ruin this trip for you more than I already have. What? DJ, what are you talking about? All these orphans were sunsetted. The orphan servers were taken offline. We fridged those Robin. We fridged those orphans. We fridged those rabbits. Taken to the special orphan farm. Down south. DJ goes quiet and just shrugs his shoulders. Maybe he isn't back to his old self after all. Wouldn't mind going with you, DJ. I love hiking. Julian smiles gently at the links. For some reason I feel a tiny tug of annoyance in my chest. It's stupid, but I was the one who offered first. And I'm the one that took TJ out of the first time. Yeah, we could go. We could both go. The point is you don't go out alone next time, alright, Teach? Yeah, okay, thanks guys, no problem. Short silence stretches out between the three of us before Julian speaks up again. We were just talking about our old Bible study group. TJ leans his head back the wall, rolling his eyes all the way down to the cell. No one needs fishes or rabbits. Where it's nice, warm, and cozy, and the guy with the horns is whipping you once a day. It sounds kinkier than it is. It's an expression I don't see from him very often. What about it? Oh, just the way that... I'm gonna tell the joke. I'm gonna tell it. No, I'm not. No. Tell us of the Or just the way that TJ would always take it so seriously and no one else would. TJ shakes his head in exasperation. Yeah, I never had any control in that club. Oh, really? Were you in charge? It's a little odd to think of TJ in a leadership position like that. I just never knew him to pull himself out there in high school. Yeah, I revived it after it sort of went defunct for a few years. Wasn't at all popular. TJ smiles with some embarrassment. Yeah, we had like 3 other members, not including you or me. Yeah, then one dropped out after like 2 meetings. Julian clicks his tongue. What a godless school we went to. Hey. No, I'm kidding, mostly. Well, I did want atheists to join too, as long as they weren't disruptive. I wanted to show everyone what a nice experience it could be. Even if you didn't believe. I vaguely remember TJ inviting me to the club and me saying that I'd think about it. I never went, of course. Yeah. Not even once, Pete. Not even once, Chase. Bible thumpers, am I right? I never went, of course. Wasn't all that spiritual in the end, though. Yeah, mostly we just talked and brought snacks. Also in America, at least knowing the Bible is very helpful when dealing with people. I mean, makes sense given the church is just a boy touching. Yeah. That is a very strong component of the Catholic Church, at least. Yep, hours of planning out the window. It was still a great time. I think the 4 of us were happier for it. Yeah, I guess. Teacher seems to suddenly notice me. Ah, sorry, Chase. You wouldn't know much about this stuff. It's okay, it's interesting to hear about. Again, I get that little twitch of jealousy even though I know it's not fair. No, it is not fair, Chase. You're just being unhelpful right now. I'd chosen not to show up, probably using that time to go home and hang out with Leo. You didn't miss much, just discussion about movies and watching movies too. They couldn't even be religiously themed. Thank God. Hey! I love it how indignant TJ is. Well, I'm glad you had a good time at least. I came away thinking the whole thing was a failure. You're thinking wrong, TJ. The moment you have somebody telling you they had a good time, it wasn't a failure. You made someone happy. I think I remember you mentioning that you wish your friends would have shown up. Oh, I don't really remember. Of course you do. You said it all the time. Oh no. Julian is rubbing it in now. Julian is just rubbing it in. Jesus Christ. My dude in Christ. TJ's ears flatten and turn red. Who, me? Yep. Julian grins as TJ tries to look away. Well, this situation is kind of funny now. I feel even worse about not showing up. Yes, you should. Sorry, teens, you know, it was high school and all. You were horny with Leo. Yeah, I understand. Also, rare fact, Peach just reminded me of Hashem is a word people used to use to say God's name casually. Like, oh my God, or Jesus Christ, I'd be Hashem. Not used much here anymore, but it's still funny to know. Hashem. Hashem. I'm gonna remember that. Yeah, I understand. Don't worry about it. So, did you start another club at your new school? Teacher smirks. The Christian school, so there's like 50 clubs about religion. Oh, are you a member of any of them? A few. Which ones? A singles club? Singles? Isn't finding a date? Sure. He looks away again. Hilarious how bashful he is about this stuff. He's in college. All of this should be natural to talk about, but not with TJ. You meet anyone? Hey Chase, don't you have to film some stuff? Hey Chase, shut the fuck up and film your shit. I'm not talking to you about this. He looks back at me with a frown. What? Just asking. Julian chuckles quietly. I bent down and started pulling out my equipment, deciding that a few long shots with the tripod should be enough. As I'm extending out the legs, Julian asks DJ about the hike. Was it fun? DJ shrugs, pushing the last of his granola bar and brushing his paws together to get rid of the crumbs. Chase just turning into a massive square third wheel. I mean, he's always been that. I'm not sure if how this route will go, but so far essentially TJ always gotten the poontang, except with Carl because I rejected Carl. And Jenna, but he could have gotten anyone. Just TJ is the one who's like, yo, bitch, I'm not doing that with you. Which is cool. It was okay, it was really quiet. And once one of my pets gets pitched between the battle. Kinda creepy, to be honest. I would like it if you two went along sometime if I do it again. Of course. Yeah, definitely. Somehow chase fourth wheel with 3 people because the player is there too and has more presence than Chase. DJ and Julian sit in the truck while I do, and whenever I glance at them they seem to be animatedly chatting and laughing. Once I'm done, I sigh and quickly snap the legs back down onto the back along with the camera. I see my 2-go box in the dirt and consider picking it up, but I don't. I drop the bag into the truck again before hopping into the passenger seat, leaving TJ to sit between the rest of between the two of us. They go quiet as we start pulling out onto the dirt road. What were you guys talking about? Not much, just about high school. TJ nods. Again, I'm starting to feel a little left out between these two. Kind of like a third wheel. There we go, Bum Bum! There we go! The third wheel! Chase always stating the obvious. He's pretty good at that too. Took him long enough. So, what's the plan now? Well, we thought we'd go to the house now after we pick up Jenna and Carl. At this point, it's going to be the spare time. All right. We drive in silence a little while, and for some reason I start to wish that I was sitting in the middle. The way Julian keeps turning the wheel forces his elbow to brush up against TJ's side, and I force myself to look away, wondering what the fuck am I thinking. I'm treating TJ like he's something that belongs to me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. This is not going to end well. This route is going to be absolutely fucking bombshell. We've only hung out recently over the course of this week. I'd barely talked to him the past 2 years. I force myself to look ahead out of the windshield. Then TJ's phone buzzes, and my eyes naturally go to the screen as the Lynx whips it out. I see the name Flynn, then the message underneath it. I only have time to see a few words. You know his fucking tell me. DJ jerks his phone back down, and I look away just as I feel the Lynx's eyes on my face. Why are you looking at other people's phone screen? I wonder if he saw me looking. I'm sure he did. That doesn't really matter though, because I'm wondering what the fuck Flynn thinks he's doing. Flynn's being the boss again. Flynn's being our Giga Chat. We stand Flynn in here. They've been staying away from each other the past few days, obviously, but I guess Flynn found another way to get to TJ. That's not another way, you just... They have each other's phone number, unless it's not... Oh my god, you fucking idiot. What the fuck does he think he's doing? I feel myself getting angry. I don't exactly know what the lizard is saying to TJ, but judging by what I saw, it's definitely not good. I make a mental note to ask TJ about it tonight. How dare Flynn get up all in TJ's business? I should get up all in TJ's business without exactly what he's doing. Chase. Exactly. If you won't tell me, then I'll let Leo know. Oh yeah, you're Leo, right? He'll do something about it. I fucking hate Chase sometimes. Chase is an... We all walk up to the sidewalk to the old ranch-style house. It's been a long time since I've been to this place. Chase having the emotional maturity of a 10-year-old. This is exactly where he's at. Something no one will regret. Even longer since I've walked on this path. Sydney's house is up the gravel road behind the forest. It's a bit of an odd spot, secluded from the rest of the town. It was all the better for us, I guess. It's nice not to be reminded of what happened. Guys, I don't know about this. You think he's just gonna let us in? What else can we do? Look, you can tell him. He doesn't even let... I mean, what you guys are doing is weird as shit anyways. So you might as well go, knock the door, tell this person about what's happening here, and then tell him to look in that room. You don't even have to go in, you just have to relay what you want from them, and they could maybe help you out, even if it's weird as shit. Maybe Sydney didn't mean his room. Wow, Brian, what are you doing here? I'm selling drugs and killing people. Where else would he sleep? No, no. I mean, he'd nap in random places if I remember right. Like he slept on my couch even. Stop it, Chase. You know that's not what he meant. Well, who knows? I do. I know where it is. The dark edge to TJ's voice is creeping in again. I feel like TJ's gonna slit somebody's throat by the end of this. Maybe he's gonna kill Julian. I suppose there's no harm in asking. You can't deny that it's a little weird for 5 young adults to show up on your doorstep asking to be let in. We don't have much of a choice though, do we? DJ's walking ahead of all of us, marching up to the concrete steps without hesitation, before immediately ringing the bell. He's a good Christian Canadian boy! What could possibly go wrong? Whoa, wait. We didn't even think... Wait. Whoa, wait. We didn't even think of what we are going to say. I already know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say... This sucks. We stand there in stunned silence for a bit, and I look around at the others. Oh no! Carl looks completely uncomfortable, almost nauseous. His paws shoved deep in his pockets as he stares hard at the ground. I mean, this is like a complete nightmare scenario for Carl and his social anxiety. He shouldn't be even here, I guess. Jenna staring at TJ, her brow furrowed, clearly worried. Julian just stands there as the situation doesn't bother him at all. The door finally opens, revealing a young red panda, not much older than ourselves. He blinks at us and fixes a smile on his face. Hello, can I help you? I see TJ's ears flatten down for a moment, his original tough resolve clearly faltering. Hello? The red panda stares down at TJ for a moment, waiting expectantly. I don't recognize him. I'm sure I would have seen him around town if he'd moved in after Sydney's parents moved out. It must have been sometime recently, a few years ago. I decide then that I should step in to let TJ try and gather his wits. Hi, I'm Chase. This is TJ and Carl, Jenna, and Julian. I point to everyone, feeling my cheeks grow hot. Oh, hello there. Inchi. That is an interesting name. Hi everyone, I'm Inchi. Another moment of awkward silence before I try to think of something else to say. He doesn't at least look like a fucking junkie. How the hell do you bring up wanting to search someone's house because it belonged to your dead friend? Wrong. It didn't belong to your dead friend. It belonged to the parents of your dead friend, and he used to live there. As I'm trying to figure that out, TJ speaks up again. Our friend used to live here about 12 years ago. Oh, really? The panda seems to think. You're talking about Cindy? Sydney, yeah. He was our friend. Oh, sorry. I couldn't remember the name. I think his aunt told me about what happened. Yes, and he left something behind for us in his room. Is it alright if we come in and look for it? Inchi, originally inquisitive look, is replaced by confusion and definitely a little bit of suspicion. Inchi's going to say, look, if you don't get your fucking ass off my property in like 30 seconds, I have Mr. 1911 over here, and he's 7 friends that can all run faster than you. Oh, all of you? I noticed Carl still staring down hard at the floor, his paws twisting in his pockets. If that's alright with you? At least they were honest. I mean, it looks like, I'm gonna be honest, if I was Inchi, I would be afraid to get robbed. I would, at max, let one person in and had a gun in my hand. Because that's weird as shit. But yeah, they were honest. And she stares at us for a good 10 seconds, causing even me to glance down at the floor, realizing how stupid all of this is. Finally, he starts to step back, closing the door a little bit as he does. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's a good idea. Wait. TJ steps forward, his fur bristling. The panda jumps a little, closing the door further until it's at the point where I can only see one of his eyes. Sorry, it's just maybe I could come in and the rest of my friends can wait outside. This will be really quick. I know exactly where to look. The panda's one eye looks back at us. TJ turns around and makes a shooting gesture with his paws, with both paws. There's a pause, then we stumble back a little down the steps onto the sidewalk. My face burns again in embarrassment, realizing what a bunch of crazy people we look like right now. I look back and see TJ standing alone on the porch, looking back at the panda, his paws clasped together. Again, what feels like a very long silence seems to drag on until I have $20 if you know what I mean. Inji opens the door slightly. You know what, why don't you just tell me where it is and I'll have a look. Oh yeah, DJ seems surprised, as if only now considering that idea. It's in the room on the left, down that hallway. DJ points at the door at an angle. In the closet in the back corner, it might be a box. Inchi's facial expression mirrors mine as I frown. A box in a closet sitting there for over a decade. Alright, I'll have a look. Inchi disappears behind the door and I hear that bolt slide into place. You're never gonna get that box, kids. You're absolutely never gonna get that box. Smart. We stand there in silence for a while before Carl breaks it. Dude, he's calling the police. No, he's not. We look like a bunch of crazy people. We should leave. Not until he comes back out. I think I'm gonna be sick. I think it's technically okay unless he tells us to leave. He did say he's going to look for it. No harm in just waiting for his answer. Carl scuffs his hoof against the pavement, looking around nervously. I wonder if he's had too much weed or something. No, it's just a total nightmare what we are doing here for Carl. Why do you think it's in the closet? He used a shoebox in there as a spot for his treasure hunts before, you remember? I would be struggling to breathe. I vaguely do, now that he mentions it, but I'm surprised TJ does. He was even younger. Then the door opens and Inchi comes back out. His facial expression is completely different now. It's one of amazement and disbelief. but it's what's in his paw that catches my attention. It's a teal-colored shoebox, old and worn and torn through the corners. My mouth drops. Inchi stands there for a moment holding the box out. Is this it? It's not mine and there's a piece of paper inside. What's in the box? It's Sydney's head. DJ's paws shake as he reaches out to take the box, lifting the lid to look inside. It was in the spot that you said. I've never seen that before. I feel my stomach twist, more dismayed than anything that he found something. Do you not use that closet? It's a bit of an odd question, but I want to know how the hell he might have missed it. And she shakes his head. No, not really. It's mostly a storage room right now. I think I've opened it a few times to put some boxes in on the shelf, but I can't really remember. Did you not look inside when you first moved it in? And she looks at me, and so does TJ over his shoulder. I guess now I'm sounding like the crazy person. Well, I can't really remember. It was a couple of years ago. I had family help me move them in, so maybe they just thought it was mine if they saw it. I want to ask more, but I bite my lip, not wanting to seem as frustrated and suspicious as I am. It's definitely something that I could have missed. I found a few things in the crawl space from the last family. Who lived here before you? If you don't mind me asking. And she leans against the doorway, his arms folded, looking a lot more relaxed now. It was the family you're talking about, I think? The Bronsons? Yes. DJ still looking down at the box, having not taken out the note. Yep, the woman who lived here moved out right after what happened. But then her sister moved in. She told me about what happened when I bought the place. And she looks down at the box that TJ is still holding. Do you know what he left you? How did you know? How did you know? How did you know to find it? It's an old scavenger hunt that we found. It told us to come here. Like something he left behind? Yeah. Oh well, I'm sorry about what happened to your friend. You must have been children at the time. No one says anything, so I nod for him. I'm sorry. Also sorry for being so suspicious when you guys showed up. I thought I caught someone trying to break in a few days back. Can't be too careful, huh? Somebody breaking in a few days back, huh? Don't worry about it, that's completely understandable. Inchi nods, then shifts around. Did Julian lay these boxes, huh? I don't want to pry, but what does it say? I didn't read it since I don't want to intrude or anything. Look just like the other day, yeah. DJ lifts the lid again, reaches in and pulls out the piece of paper. It's identical to the others that we've seen. Inchi takes the box from the links, so you can use both paws to unfold the note. Then he starts reading. I hope that you are all having fun. Soon you'll know what Chase has done. Figure it out, it's a piece of cake. If you can't look by Carl's drawing at the lake, it goes quiet for a while. Yeah, it would be funny, but then the story would be a bit of a dead end. Chase can't keep secrets, though he can't. He goes quiet for a while. What? Only the sound is the wind. The only sound is the wind rustling through the tree. Holy shit. Like, bro, Team Echo, please correct your spelling mistakes. I know they won't, but still. Then I hear a gagging sound, and look back just in the time to see Carl hurling into some bushes. TJ is strangely calm as we sit in the motel room. It's been about half an hour since we found the last note. After Carl lost his lunch in the bushes, Julian drove him back home, and we had to put the scavenger hunt on hold. But I do not want to. They actually said they'll do an update and maybe fix some of this stuff. Yeah, they really should, because it's not that uncommon. It happens rather frequently, and I understand that it's a big project, but they need to reread some of their stuff, really, to make it easier to read. And it's mostly related to the smoke room not being canon anymore. Oh no! Yeah, I mean, there was that drama we talked about, right? Where the one writer threw like a hissy fit and then they just canned the project. Or threw him out. Is the smoke room still available though? Can we still play that? Or do they plan on taking it down? I mean, it's not gonna be finished, but still. TJ wants all to be there for it. Julian is still with us, and I keep wondering when the hell he's going to go home. He just joined our little group today, and TJ acts like he needs to be part of this for some reason. He barely even knew Sydney. It should be tragic. But that doesn't really matter. This whole thing is so ridiculous. It's so obvious that Sydney had nothing to do with this scavenger hunt. Someone's planting these damn notes, and they have it out for me. Yeah, because you killed Sydney. I'm still of the very firm conviction you murdered Sydney. To be fair, just get someone to proofread the scripts before releasing the game. It's not that hard, and people seemingly are fans, so they do it for free, even if they get paid something. Yeah, I agree, but again, that's an older project, and those were also different times. Like, Echo became really big after the first game released fully. This is like really old stuff. If it's really bothering you, Chase, then you don't have to come. The other one is like at Astra, that is really, really big. At least I heard. It is really big. I've yet to see. He'll continue writing it, but it's no longer canon to Echo Universe. Okay. I don't know exactly how Ad Astra relates to Echo. We have Arches, which is like a quasi sequel. We have Route 65, which was a sort of direct prequel to this. The Smoke Room, that's currently being written, and is set like 100 years before this one, I think. And yeah, so they have like this really expanded universe, actually. They are the Marvel of the visual novels. If it's really bothering you, Jason, you don't have to come. I bristle a bit. You're insisting everyone else go, why not me? I force myself not to look over at Julian. I do want you to come, but you're so angry. I've never seen you like this. Oh, I have. We all have. Chase is just acting like his old self now. Jenna sits in the corner on her laptop as usual, smirking. It pisses me the fuck off. Listen, whoever is writing these has it out for me. Look at what the last one said. Sydney wrote them and he always kind of teased you. It's just like him. Ah, okay. So they didn't have the proper contracts. Okay, got it. Kinda weird. What do you think the clues are implying about you, Chase? I think for a moment, but it's hard with all the anger that keeps threatening to bubble to the surface. I don't know. I just don't like the sound of it, and honestly, I try to think of the right way to word what I'm going to say. If you respect me, you'd see that and stop this stupid hunt. What are you afraid of, Chase? What are we finding in this hunt? Huh? What is it? What is it that you hide? Chase, huh? What are we finding? You could say how things don't line up chronologically. At the end, the spell gets broken and everyone realizes Chase is unbearable and leaves him. Goes quiet for a moment, then Julian stands up. Hey, I'm gonna head out. Let me know what you guys decide to do tomorrow. I've got the whole day off. Oh, okay, man. Thanks so much for coming with us. DJ gives the stack a side hug, and I try to keep myself from bristling. Once Julian leaves out the door, TJ sits on the foot of the bed, looking at me. I completely respect you, Chase, but I really think these are from Sydney. He's just teasing you. I don't say anything, choosing to look at the wall, feeling more unnerved by my own emotions than anything else. It's kind of funny that they play with this, because Inji said he saw somebody sneaking around trying to break in. So somebody reasonably knowledgeable could have placed that shoebox also in that closet, right? So it makes sense that Chase gets suspicious. I don't feel like myself at all because you're disassociating probably and become Shadow Chase. I know I asked you this morning, but if you think this is someone else doing, who could it be? Jenna crosses her arm, looking at me earnestly. earnestly. I sit there quietly for a moment, debating on whether or not I should tell them. I decide I have to, since neither of the others seem to see it. I think it's Flynn. What? I think it's Flynn and Carl. They are doing this whole thing. You can't be serious. Who else? Carl's the one that found the first note, and I think Flynn gave it to him. The looks on Jenna's and TJ's faces makes me look away again. Am I going crazy? Chase, that's crazy, I know. But you saw how Carl was acting today. He was nervous. He threw up. Carl does that sometimes. Slide my legs off the bed and let them hang over the side, fully facing the wall now. I know how Flynn was back at the river, but even he wouldn't do that. Imagine TJ standing up for fucking Flynn of all people. Like Flynn treated TJ like a piece of fucking shit. And even TJ says, "Look, Chase, you're a fucking idiot." I look back at TJ with a glare. What about those texts he's sending you? What? TJ's paws flies to his pocket. A shocked look on his face. Jenna looks between us. What? Flynn sent TJ a text swearing at him. I think he's been messaging you this whole time. TJ's quiet, just staring at me. Jenna, TJ, is that true? TJ stares at the floor for a moment before finally looking up, his voice oddly calm. Yeah, well, he's angry. Of course he would be. But he has no reason to be riding the scavenger hunt. Flynn would never do that. You sure about that? TJ glares back at me, and now I can tell I've made him angry. Yes. Why would he do it in the first place? I do have to think harder on that one. Yeah, exactly. Why would Flynn of all people do this? To hurt TJ, to ruin our friendship. By making up lies about me. Just to be a complete dick. Take your pick. That's absolutely ridiculous. I don't say anything, choosing to glare at the wall. Jenna looks between us again and shakes her head. Alright, that's enough. Neither of you are acting like yourselves, so I think it's best we head to bed, alright? Whatever. I slide into the bed on my side, still staring at the wall, listening as TJ gets up and goes into the bathroom. The interesting part is that we've never seen Chase this angry. So this does something to him. Jenna goes on typing on her computer. I lay there quietly, deciding that I'm going to have to do something to stop this. Saturday. Oh, no, not Saturday. Sneaking out of the hotel room is probably the hardest part. I know that if they catch me at any point, it's over. At about 3 a.m., I slide out of the bed, listening to TJ snores and watching Jenna's unmoving form curled up on the bed in front of me. Quietly, I dig around in my bag for my keys, then slip out the door into the night. He already has been hit with that, wildfire. He already has been hit with that. I grit my teeth as my car starts up. imagining TJ or Jenna pulling back the curtains and seeing me sitting in the car. I've got excuses. I'm sick. I had to drive to the emergency room. Or even that, I just couldn't sleep and wanted to get a snack somewhere. They are all suspicious, but should be enough to cover my ass if things go south. I drive along the quiet road. My surroundings almost black since the moon has set. It takes me a moment to find the side of the road that will take me to the door. Once I do, I see one lonely orange light glaring in the middle of the parking lot. I park away from it at the edge of the lot. It's dark here. I sit in the car for a while wondering what I'm doing, wondering what the fuck I'm going to do. But something drives me. A feeling that if I don't do this, then the rest of my life is going to be ruined. I can't let that happen. I open the door and quickly get out. I pull my phone and turn on the light, finding the small dirt trail that leads out into the inky blackness. The air is cool and I can smell the lake. What is he doing here? Pretty soon I can hear it too, the soft, desolate sounds of the waves running against the thin strip of the shore. Peaceful, but at the same time, it terrifies me. And for a moment, I feel like the lake is one giant living thing. Dagon is gonna rise and I think he wants to hide evidence. Could be. Maybe he wants to pray to Dagon. You'll never know. It dwarfs me with its presence, a giant all-knowing thing. It knows I'm here. I shudder and I force myself to continue. I find the shoreline and the dry sand shifts under my feet as I take a right and follow the shore. I try to ignore the sound of the lake, the feeling that it's watching me, beckoning me towards it. Finally, I come across the boulder that I'm looking for. It's the one that Carl used to carve his drawings into. Dagon is gonna rise from the waves and hopefully make Chase disappear and replace him with an actual character. That fat piece of shit. I kneel down beside it, moving the light of my phone around until I find the drawings. I look at the super wolf etched into the rock, glaring. Then I see a glint of light above it. I shift the phone light up to see what it is. I gasp and I can't help a ragged scream from escaping my throat. A tarantula sits there staring back at me, its cluster of eyes shining back in the darkness. I stumble back in the sand and fall, sitting down hard and causing my teeth to clack together. I scramble back up. I look around for a rock and quickly find one. Then, when I turn back around, lift the light, spider is gone. I look around for a while in case it just moved around. Maybe on the ground closer to me. I don't see anything though, and I throw the rock at the lake, cursing the damn thing. Then I kneel down and look at the spot between the rocky ground and the boulder. It takes a few moments, and I have to get real close, looking deeper into the crevice, and then there's a glint of what looks like metal. I start to dig, first with my bare hands, then with the help of a flat rock laying nearby. I'm sweating and gasping by the time I pull the thing free. It looks like an old lunchbox. It shines a light on it. I shine a light on it and I can barely make out what looks like a cartoon dragon. I open it and pull out the note. I read it. In a fit of rage, I tear the stupid thing in half, throwing it on the ground. You fucker! I hiss it out through my teeth, then pull out the piece of paper that I'd taken out of Jenna's notebook along with a pen. I write for a moment using the old lunchbox as a flat surface. When I'm done, I drop it into the box and wedge the box down into the crevice, covering it up with the loose dirt I'd moved. I pack it down, then stand back up. Thinking twice, I pick up the shredded note and stuff it into my pocket. Then I walk back up to the shore and up the trail, ignoring what looks like the eye shine of tarantulas all around me. Maybe it's just the stars. I think Chase is kinda losing it here a little bit. He did get the handwriting right, huh? It was probably his handwriting all the time. I don't remember much of the drive back or the parking lot of the motel. The next thing I know, I'm standing next to the bed, glaring down at TJ, watching him sleep. Saturday. We arrive at the lake at about 10 in the morning. Julian had driven down over an hour ago to pick us up before driving to Carl's house. Carl wasn't ready when we got there, and when he answered the door, his eyes were bleary and red. It took him a good 20 minutes to get ready, and all the while I struggle not to glare at him. It's weird. I've been friends with the Ram for almost my entire life, and it's only now that I'm feeling real disgust for the person that he is. I love where this route is going right now. I really do. Chase is completely losing it. So many self-created problems. He keeps his head down most of the time so he doesn't see me. Oh no, will Chase have a Flynn moment? I hope so. I hope Chase will murder everyone. That would be a fantastic ending. He's still feeling sick too, so he opts to ride in the truck bed on the way down, and Jenna sits with him. I can't help but to wonder what might have happened if we have an accident. TJ sits next to me, and this time I'm sure to sit in the middle so that Julian is on my left and TJ is on my right. It feels better this way. As the light comes into view, I rest a paw on TJ's knee. He glances at me, then nods in acknowledgement. Are you sexually harassing the lynx right now? I give his thigh a squeeze and then wait as we pull into the parking lot, going over the scenarios in my head, what might happen. Well, here we are. Yes. We don't say anything in response as we quietly get out of the truck. Jenna jumps out of the bed easily, but Carl struggles, and I imagine him falling straight and face planting on the asphalt. Where is this hate for Carl suddenly coming? Like Chase is completely losing it. Jenna helps him though, and when we are all walking down the trail towards the lake, single file, I walk right behind TJ though, so I can keep an eye on him and anyone else that might try to fuck with him. Is he turning into Leo? Like, this is an inner monologue that I addressed to Leo, basically. Like, what is going on, dude? Or I chalk up to something Leo would have. Wow, this been 12 years since I've been down here. Yeah. There's a cool freshness to the air by the lake. I breathe it in and I get hit with the sweet memories of spending entire days down here. Swimming in the lake, building sandcastles, poking at the dead fish. At dead fish on the beach. As we are walking on the beach and approach the big boulder, I feel my heart start to hammer in my chest. I pick up my speed to catch up to TJ. How are you feeling? I'm okay. You don't sound okay. I'm nervous. We all are. I actually feel like I'm gonna throw up. Haha. Yeah, I wonder why. TJ suddenly reaches out his paw and holds mine. I'm surprised. TJ's never done this before. And though I know it's probably due to the situation we're in, it still makes me feel warm inside. It's going to be okay. I know it. This is going to be the end. DJ's voice breaks up on the last word. The end? The end of what exactly? DJ's guilt over Sydney? The mystery over what exactly happened to him? Or of the world as we know it? Yeah, that's probably it. Because I know that after this morning, things are never going to be the same. Again. Just remember that if it's buried by that boulder, it's probably gone by now. I know I've said that every time before the lake was flooded a few times since. I look up at the steep rocky bank on our right. Remember that spring that it went all the way up to the road? Yeah. I look back at our friend Kenna walking side by side with Carl, talking to him in a low voice. Julian is ahead of them, looking directly at me. I look away. I'm just saying that even if it's there, it's probably water damage to the point that we won't be able to read it. DJ stays silent as we come up on the rocks sitting there on the beach, like it has since I can remember. Probably like it has since before the lake even has been created. DJ holds my paw as Julian, Jenna, and Carl stand next to us. The five of us in a sort of semicircle around the boulder. Well, here we are. Julian says the exact same thing he said in the parking lot, and I feel myself starting to get annoyed. Man, he really doesn't like Julian for whatever reason, huh? But I cling to TJ's paw, and it calms me down a little. So, if it's still here, it could be anywhere, knowing Sydney. Jenna says his name carefully. He'd probably leave a marker of some kind. This one could be hard to find. I remember that he said it's by Carl's drawing. It'd be probably right next to that. I do my guys, the others were inside of something. This is just out on the beach. The sand's changing all the time. Carl digs at the damp sand with his hooves. His paws shoved in his pocket, eyes downcast. Everything okay, Carl? I say sharply, not bothering to filter out the annoyance in my voice. He looks up at me a bit surprised. Huh? Yeah, I'm okay. I just feel sicker from the ride down. Smoke too much. Carl frowns. I just get sick sometimes when I'm stressed out. The weed makes me feel less, actually. Wow. I stop myself from asking what it is he's so stressed out about. Are you okay, Chase? I'm good. I shouldn't be drawing attention to myself right now. Yeah, he does. Meanwhile, Julian is walking around the boulder looking for the drawing. DJ lets go of my paw finally and starts to walk around the boulder from the other side. Almost immediately he points excitedly. Oh, Carl, you're drawing! Carl sidles up to him before chuckling quietly. Oh yeah, for some reason I thought it'd be gone by now. Why would it be? You chipped into the rock. Didn't you spend like a month doing that? Carl looks down at his paws. Yeah, it fucked up my paws. Yeah, I fucked up my paws doing that. I move around to stand next to them and see the rough outline of a muscular wolf with a long cape. Super wolf. A version of Superman in this universe. Carl had been obsessed with that superhero since the new movie was coming out that summer. I don't think he liked it very much because right after he saw it, he stopped working on the etching. It's actually pretty good, especially when you consider that Carl was like 9 when he did it. I pushed those memories out of my head, wiping out the smiling childhood face of Carl from my mind. Then I steel myself, preparing for what I'm going to say and for what's about to happen. Hey, look at the sand underneath it. Everyone looks down in unison at where I'm pointing my finger. I let it sink for a moment before I say it. The dirt, it looks... Someone dug it up recently. No one says anything. Or maybe the sand's just wetter there, I don't know. DJ kneels next to... This is also a way how you just can't tell people, hey look, I just fucked with this recently, huh? Huh, you liking it? You liking it, huh? You liking this, motherfuckers? He reaches out with the other paw, poking at the loose looking dirt, slightly darker than the sand around it. Still no one says anything and I decide not to push it further. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually would be something like that. He wants to frame it on Flynn really bad, on Flynn and Carl. For some reason, for some inexplicable reason. And I personally do think Flynn and Carl are fucking innocent in this. I think Chase is just losing his shit. And he's imagining things. Still, no one says anything and I decided not to push it further. Knowing that, I've already planted a seed of doubt in TJ's mind. We should have grabbed the garden shovel from your house, Carl. Yeah. I pick up the flat rock I used last night. Here. I hand it to Julian. He looks at me for a second before digging the sharp end into the dirt. It sinks in deep and easily before the stack turns out the sand. Less than a minute later, TJ grabs and reaches into the shallow hole, pulling out the lunchbox. Now there's daylight. I can see the chipped green paint on the dragon. TJ holds it for a moment, staring down at it. Julian looks around at us. Was that Sydney's? I can't remember, but TJ nods with shaky hands and latches the metal clasps. Carl stands further back than the rest of us, motionless. Jenna again has her paws up to her mouth, not saying anything. TJ opens the lid. The hinges squeak a little as the tin lid flops open, revealing my note. My paws are shaking. TJ reaches in. At this point, there's a little hesitation in TJ's movements. He's eager to find out what it says, eager to get this done. TJ unfolds the note, then reading it. He doesn't read it out loud, instead letting his eyes go back and forth over the paper while the rest of us wait. I know at this point that he's finished reading it, but he still doesn't say anything, eyes glued to the page. TJ? TJ doesn't say anything, continuing to stare. TJ, what does it say? TJ sits there for a few more seconds before he wordlessly holds out the note to no one in particular. His face is blank for the most part, but I can see the shock in his eyes. You fucking broke him. You fucking broke him, Chase. Julian takes it from him and starts reading. You've reached the end, but I don't have the answer. So I ask you again, TJ, what happened to Sydney? The silence that follows is one of the heaviest that I've ever experienced. Carl sits frozen, but now he's looking up at Julian. The implication that TJ could have heard Sydney. We still don't know really what happened. And I still think TJ never, even if he was abused by Sydney, laid a hand on Sydney and killed him. I can't imagine that. If that happens, I'm gonna take a huge L on that front. And I still think it was Chase. I still think Chase murdered him. Because Chase was beating up Sydney. Because Sydney treated TJ like crap. I don't think Sydney drowned on accident. I can't imagine that. Carl's still frozen, but now he's looking up at Julian. Jenna's moved her paw from her mouth at this point, but she's clutching her necklace. Her eyes on TJ. Julian is just staring at the links, waiting, probably unsure of what any of this means. TJ, meanwhile, stares at the hole that we dug up. His paws laying limp in his lap. He is drooping. I start walking over to him. What does this mean? Do you guys know? I rest my paw on TJ's shoulder, touching it softly. He doesn't move. So I crouch down next to him, slowly wrapping my arm around his shoulders, drawing him in. Chase, Chase is acting exactly like Leo. Exactly like Leo right now. Or like Leo would act. I can feel him trembling. Guys? I look over at Julian with a sad look on my face. First Jenna, now Leo. We have a friend who has a grudge about this whole thing. I think, but like, who in the friend group would be so vindictive to try to shift the blame on Flynn? I think that is a new Chase quality. I think that is a new Chase quality. To be honest, I think Chase is worse. He kinda is. I will agree with that, because he's a manipulative cunt about it. Leo is not that manipulative about it. Chase was always the kind of guy who wanted to be hurdled like a little child, I guess. Or like cuddled, not hurdled. Cuddled. We have a friend who has a grudge about this whole thing. I think he might have been the one leaving the notes. DJ shakes his head against me, but doesn't say anything. Julian stares. But why? I shrug, beginning to stroke the top of TJ's head. Julian looks from me to TJ. What are you doing? Chase! Stop! I don't know. Maybe he thought that this was his last chance to hurt TJ somehow. I really don't know. Nothing I do makes sense. Imagine if what Flynn said in this message was just so supportive, but in a Flynn way. Yeah. Jenna and Carl have walked up to stand next to us, and both seem to be at a loss for words. The paper is different, though. TJ's voice is distant and faint, muffled against my chest. I want to know what the original message was that he tried to hide. Like, holy shit. This is so good. It's so good right now. There are ways to make the paper look old. Maybe he just didn't have time with this one. Julian shakes his head. Listen, I know I've only been a part of this for a day, but this is crazy. And those are a lot of assumptions. Do you really know what happened? If you knew this friend of yours like we do, you'd understand how obvious this is. No, it's actually not. This is not Flynn. This is not something Flynn would do. I will stand by that. Flynn would not do this. This is completely out of fucking character for Flynn. No. Flynn, no. But then Jenna shakes her head as well. No, Flynn wouldn't do this. He's a jerk, but he wouldn't do this. You know, Ned Flynn's been sending threatening texts to TJ all week, and that he's been out to fuck with TJ since he got here. Jenna shakes her head again, but doesn't say anything. He wouldn't. I snap my gaze at Carl, glaring. Dude, even at his worst, he'd never do something like this. It's too fucked up. All of that work just to fuck with us, and it has to do with Sydney? No. And who found the note first? Who's been Flynn's best friend since we all left? What? Chase? Carl's eyes go wide. TJ finally lifts his head, looking up at Carl. You're the one that gave it to us. Set us off on this whole bullshit scavenger hunt. Carl takes a step back, mouth hanging open, looking at me like I'm some sort of alien or something. This entire thing was fucking crazy from the start. Our dead friend who left notes behind a decade ago, and somehow it's all still here. In the old school, in that house, fuck that. Jay, stop it. Jenna's voice is soft and distant, lacking any sort of authority. I stand up and suddenly staring the ram down. What? How? No? Carl takes another step back, and I can see his chest heaving. He can't even get his words out. Carl is gonna have a heart attack in a second here. The fat fuck. It's like he's just ran a marathon and can't catch his breath. Huh? I don't. Carl clutches at his chest, and I can't help but I notice how fucking guilty he looks right now. He suddenly retches and gags loudly. Carl, breathe. No, you can't use your fucking anxiety. I make air quotes. You monster. As a shield right now. Did Flynn put you up to this? Carl retches again and doubles over, spitting on the ground. Carl! Imagine Jenna, of all people, starting to console Carl. Holy shit, Chase is just losing it right now. I have a moment to see TJ's back. His tufted ears are laid flat against his head, like he's moved so fast that the wind has pushed him back. There's another quick movement that I can't see quite from my angle, but then Carl stumbles back, a paw up to his face, letting out a gasp like he'd been holding his breath for 10 minutes. Even Sam is looking at Chase. Yeah, definitely. I lunge forward, reaching out for TJ as the cat goes for another swipe. Carl jumps back towards the embankment, and as he does, he lands on the many rocks that separate the beach from the road. I grab the back of TJ's shirt just as I see Carl's hoof disappear between the rocks. Then Carl falls back. Oh! Oh no! Oh! There's a sound like a thick branch snapping in two, cutting through the air like a gunshot. Yeah, there goes the leg. Immediately, Carl lets out the most hideous scream I've ever heard the ram make. No! Jenna runs past us, followed by Julian at a more even jog. Meanwhile, I hold on to TJ, the lynx still going after Carl, making a yowling sound as his claws swipe at the air, baring his teeth. He's wild, feral, not thinking at all. Yeah, you did it. You broke him. You broke him, you cunt. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you, Chase. Because you know this is not true what you did. You fucking lied. TJ, stop. I'm here. I tried talking into the lynx's ear, and at the same time, I feel him staring to go limp in my grasp. The energy and rage slowly going out of him. I finally feel safe enough to turn him into pulling him into a hug. Ironic, since Carl's rude. Chase broke his leg, and Chase deserves it so much more here. Definitely. Chase deserves so much hatred in this route. It's okay. You got him. You're fine. TJ looks towards Carl one last time, watching the ram roll back and forth on his back, choking and howling and screaming all at once. Oh my god. Oh my god. TJ suddenly turns his face into my chest and starts to cry. Jesus, his ankle. Carl, can you move? No, he can't move. But Carl isn't listening, continuing to scream and hyperventilate at the same time. Call an ambulance! I don't know who she's talking to, but Julian pulls out his phone. TJ continues to sob in my chest, and I start to move away towards Trey, pulling TJ with me. I'm taking Peach back to the motel. Yes, leave, please. Jenna snarls at me over her shoulder. Hi, we need paramedics. Yeah, someone here tripped and broke his leg, and now he can't get up. Carl, I know it hurts, but you need to breathe. I'm going to count. Jenna's voice fades away. I start fast walking toward the tray, pulling the sobbing TJ along with me. TJ pulls away from me when we reach the parking lot and starts walking ahead, hugging himself. I follow behind him at a close distance, listening to him sob for a while. It isn't until we reach the road that he's finally calmed down enough to stop sobbing. I walk quietly behind him for a little but longer before finally catching up, walking next to him. He doesn't say anything, goes on hugging himself, hiccuping softly every once in a while. I wonder if I should say anything, ask him what happened, or even change the subject completely. Eventually, though, he's the one to speak first. I didn't mean to. He cuts off as he goes into a cough fit. I rub him on the back gently. It's okay. You don't have to explain yourself after what he did. Do you think? DJ takes a deep breath, finally steadying his words. Do you think he really did that? I let the silence drag out for a moment before finally replying. Who else could it have been? I completely understand why you went along with all of those notes. But in the end, this was the only realistic conclusion we're going to get to. Yeah, I just didn't think they'd do something like this. Especially Carl. DJ says Carl's name softly. I don't. When the truth comes out, woo boy! Oh my god. I still don't know if he did it. But when I remembered what he said when we played Spin the Bottle, I feel like it had to be him. I was just so angry. I've never been so angry in my life. It was scary. I mean, maybe Flynn didn't tell him everything about what was going on. I guess he could have been tricked into thinking Flynn somehow had good intentions in all of this. I don't know. His leg. TJ covers his face like he's about to start crying again. I quickly put my arm around him and hold him close. Hey, this isn't your fault. Honestly, he deserved that scratch you gave him. He fell on his own. I fucking hate chasing this route. Like, I didn't. Let's just say He wasn't like the best character before. He's obviously a little bit of a blank slate. But holy shit, he went full-blown fucking villain in this arc. Like, he is, I don't know, like some kind of super villain right now. I can't even remember what happened. I just started running at him. Like, I wasn't in control. It was all like it was automatic or something. Him too? DJ. I stop the links and turn him toward me, even though he keeps covering up his face. This is not your fault. What Flynn and Carl did is absolutely disgusting, and honestly, I'm amazed that you were able to hold yourself back as much as you did. Oh no. Oh no. But the sound he was making, it sounded so awful. DJ's face screws up under his paws. I hug him again. No. He only had a taste of pain you're feeling in the inside. Now stop thinking about him, it's over. This whole thing is over. DJ starts crying softly again and I hold him closer, letting him get it out of his system. Over his shoulder I can see the ambulance lights flashing, though they don't have the siren on. I'm thankful for that at least. My phone buzzes in my pocket a few times, but I ignore it, waiting until the link's soft stops taper out. I turn him away from the lake, so he doesn't see the lights, and we keep walking slowly up the road. Less than a mile away, the hotel sign glints in the sunlight. DJ shuffles along, continuing his quiet snuffling. Did you want to leave today? I don't know, maybe. Well, let's get back to the motel and sit down for a while, okay? And then we can decide what we want to do, okay? DJ's breathing evens out again as we get closer to the motel. But why did you think Flynn would do that? It doesn't make any sense. I shrug. Flynn's just a reptile. He's cold-blooded. That's why he did it. Well, like I said yesterday, I think now that he knows he isn't going to get answers he wants, he's just out to hurt us now. That's really it? Really? You were right. I guess I just didn't think he could be capable of that. I mean, you always see the best in people. There's nothing wrong with that. DJ doesn't respond, and we are silent the rest of the way. The first thing TJ does when he gets inside is to lay on the bed and staring at the ceiling. I check my texts and see that they're all from Jenna. They say Carl just broke his ankle and he's going to be fine. Julian is driving me to the hospital so we can sit with Carl and bring him back when they are done. By the way, when they asked Carl what happened, he said he just slipped on the rock and fell. He said that's where the scratch came from too. I assume he doesn't want us to tell anyone about what happened. You should think about checking out early. I'm probably going to a friend's house in Peyton after this. Yeah, that might be a good idea, Jenna. I stare at the last text, wondering what exactly it means. How can you wonder what that means, you stupid fuck? She's going to a friend's house? That's just it. She doesn't want anything to do with you, you dumb sow. DJ avoiding criminal charges. It means leave. Exactly. Almost sounding like she's just done. Because she fucking is. Did Chase use like IQ points in this route? Did I do a decision where he just like, where his brain just melted a little bit? I guess one good thing came out of this then. Carl's going to be fine. He told the paramedics that he slipped on the rock. So I don't think he's going to be like pressing charges or anything. He should, but probably not on EJ, but on you, Chase. He fell down the idiot tree and hit every branch on the way down. Exactly. DJ covers his face and I hope he isn't about to cry again. But when he starts talking, his voice is steady and even. I'm going to have to see him before we leave. I don't want to leave this town like this. He sounds defeated, like he knows things are now ruined beyond any sort of repair. I suddenly feel a wave of compassion and love for the Lynx. The one purely good person in this shit town. I get up and drape myself over the bed next to TJ. He looks up in surprise, ears perked and twitching, his tufts waving around in the most adorable way. Listen, I know we can't just forget what happened back there, and I know we can't just fix everything, but... I pause and wait until TJ looks up to me. You know, Leo, too, you need the Hakuna you taught us. Definitely. He needs to Hakuna his ball sack, too, because I feel like he wants to spread his seed evenly over TJ's face right now. I want to spend the rest of this weekend together and just have fun. There's not really much else we can do. DJ looks back up at the ceiling. But what about your project? I laugh. Dude, that doesn't matter anymore. I'll just retake the class over the summer or something. That doesn't sound good. I don't want you to cause you to fail. You're not. I'm making this decision. DJ continues to stare at the ceiling, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I don't know. This doesn't feel right. I just broke Carl's leg. Carl fell and broke his leg, TJ. No, I did. Things are so messed up right now. His voice starts to go from high again. His voice starts to go up high again, and I quickly put a paw on his shoulder. We can't think about that anymore. It's over. I rub his shoulder comfortingly. You know what? Let's go to Peyton. Get out of this crappy town and do something, okay? TJ lets out a shuddery sigh. I mean, I know who the narcissist is right now. And it's not TJ. The psychopath has taken other form. Okay. I roll over and look out the window through the blinds, feeling like I've accomplished something. Yeah, you have accomplished that the entire friend group just fucked itself. Things went a little further than I had planned on, but it's working out for the best. My main issue now is figuring out what the hell Flynn and Carl were planning with all of that bullshit, and what they all know. They were planning nothing! You're going off the deep end, you stupid asshole! Assuming it had been them at all, but as of right now, I can't imagine who else could have been. Chase deserves Leo in this road. No, Chase deserves to get run over by a train in this road. He deserves the Leo death route, where his legs are not there anymore. That's what he deserves in this route. I feel a little guilty about what happened to Carl. But I had to show everyone how stupid and crazy the whole thing was. And just then, I see Flynn's truck roll into the parking lot. I tense up, staring in disbelief. What the hell reason would he have to come here? I'm only frozen up for a moment before I suddenly swing my legs off the bed. I don't know if TJ's looking. I hope not, as I start closing the blinds. I'll close these so the sun isn't shining in your eyes. And I'm going to make a call to Jenna to make sure things are going alright, okay? I look back and I'm relieved to see TJ only now looking over at me. Okay, tell her I'm sorry. I will. Now get some rest. I try not to look like I'm in a hurry as I go to the door and open it, just wide enough for me to slide out. Flynn's truck pulls into the parking space about 20 feet away, and I jog over to him before he can get out. Hey, I say just as he opens the door. He looks at me coldly for a moment before getting out, slamming the door shut. Hey. We stand there awkwardly for a full 10 seconds, but Flynn doesn't say anything. I feel like Flynn is going to stab him in the throat. You need something? Why do you think I'm here, Chase? I shrug. I have no idea, Flynn. Flynn stares at me for a few seconds more as he chews at a toothpick in his mouth. We were down by the lake. That's a really weird thing to assume, Flynn. Flynn scoffs. Don't play with me. I see ambulance lights over by the lake, and 10 minutes later I get a text from Carl telling me he hurt his leg. Really, Flynn? People go down by the lake all the time. I could have been anyone. No one goes down by the lake. I know you've been sneaking around the town doing shit with Teach and Jen. Keep a straight face, refusing to crack under friend's pressure. The only reason why I didn't ask you what the fuck you were doing is because I know you all hate me right now. But if you really went down together, that's fucked. Why is that fucked, Flynn? Because you decided it's off limits for everyone else because it makes you feel bad. Fuck off. Flynn's eyes widen for a moment. Do not fuck with me on this, Chase. You know that's the last thing I ever want to hear from you. It's strange how I feel right now. Normally I'd be trying to calm the lizard. Try to talk him through his temper and past trauma, but now I don't care. Just like with Carl, I don't care how far this goes. This is his fault in the end. I can't believe you, Flynn. You start this whole thing, and now you're trying to act like the victim. It's fucking disgusting. Flynn gives me a baffled look. What are you talking about? You mean what I said by the river? Actually, yeah. That was probably the start of it. How does that lead you to you asshole fucking around by the lake? You know exactly how. You know exactly how. I watched Flynn carefully, trying to see if I can sense anything in his demeanor, in his expression. I've never really known him to lie, but if he's lying right now, then he's fucking amazing at it. Because all I can sense is bewilderment. Because he didn't do it, you fucking cunt! You must have a lot of experience with lying. Jeez, what the fuck is up with you right now? What do you mean? You're acting like an ass? Oh. So now you know how we all feel when you talk to us. Flynn stares at me, studying me. Then he looks up. Who's here? No one. The fuck? Where's Teach and Jenna? Not here. Flynn glances down at me. Well, I gotta take a piss, so can I come in? No. We stare at each other down for a long time. Finally, Flynn pushes past me. Well, I'm gonna give the door a knock to see if anyone's there. Maybe you missed him. I whirl around and follow him angrily. He doesn't want to talk to you. Flynn turns on me. Oh, so TJ's here then. Why didn't you tell me that? Why do you think? Flynn. You need to leave right now. Flynn glares down at me. I know you guys are up to something having to do with Sydney. If that's the case, then I have every right to know. Flynn starts walking again. And he has every right to talk to me himself. I dart around Flynn and stand in front of the lizard, glaring up at him, bracing myself once again. Get out of my way, Chase. Leave him alone. Flynn pauses. All I want to do is talk, that's it. I let out a mirthless not my word. Mirthless laugh. Without any joy or genuineness. Yeah, you're right. I just looked it up. I also listened how to pronounce it. Mirthless. After what you did at the river? Hell no. Flynn tries to push around me again. I grab his arm. He swings, tries to yank it back. And I shove him back towards his truck. Leave. I'd be yelling right now, but I don't want TJ to hear us through the thin motel walls. Don't fucking touch me and get out of my fucking way. He tries again, and this time I grab his arm and yank him away, bringing him like Leo did at the river. He might be tall, but I'm kind of amazed at how easily I can manipulate Flynn's body like a mannequin. Either that, or I just don't know my own strength. Flynn rolls with a curse and immediately pops back up, taking an awkward swing at my head. Fucking little prick. Yeah, that's true. I duck his punch and tackle him around the waist, knocking us both to the asphalt. Flynn grunts loudly. Ugh! I scramble on top of the lizard and sit on his chest, pinning his arms under my knees. Again, he can barely move under me. Weak. I snarled down at him, raising a fist. Flynn flinches, closing his eyes and turning his head away. I paused, letting the tension build. Finally, I slowly lower it. Leave, Flynn, otherwise I'm gonna cave your fucking face in. I'm tired of you bullying TJ and taking out all your problems on the rest of us and just being a miserable piece of shit all your life. I keep my voice low, almost growling like a canine. Oh yeah, like a canine, huh? Flynn cracks open an eye, looking at me in fear. I fucking hate you. I always have, and you deserve to have every single one of your fucking teeth knocked out for the way you've always treated us. I look back at the door, but it's still closed, quiet. I back down at Flynn. I look back down at Flynn. Leave, and I never want you to see your ugly fucking face ever again, understand? Flynn just stares up at me. I can see the fear still, and maybe even a little hurt. What happened, Chase? I don't say anything. I know he isn't going to fight anymore. I get up and Flynn lays there for a moment staring at me. Finally, he rolls over and gets to his feet unsteadily. Then without a word, gets back into his truck and starts it up. I turn away finally, hearing the lizard pull out of the parking lot as I open the door to the motel. I'm relieved to see TJ sitting on the bed looking down at his phone. I was positive that he'd heard something. I mean, Chase, what in the possible fucking world do you think will keep Flynn from texting TJ in a few minutes? What do you think? Yeah, exactly. TJ texting Flynn. What the fuck happened to Chase? Hey, Teach. What did she say? Carl's good. The doctors are checking him out. She said you're fine and that she understands why you did it. My God, he's so lying to him. But I guess she's a little stressed out too because she's going to a friend's house in Peyton. Oh. DJ's ears lower. I think she just wants to give you some space. Maybe. I did get a text from Julian. Oh, really? There's a twinge of irritation. Yeah, he said he was gonna stop by after he drops off Carl. I was thinking we could wait until then before we leave. To talk to Julian at least. I don't think Carl wants to see me. Yeah, her luggage is still there, but that's why she also told him to leave early so she can get it without having to see these two. Okay. Try not let the anger creep into my voice as I sit down on the bed next to the Lynx. And Chase? Yeah. TJ smiles at me through his puffy eyes and matted cheeky furs. Thank you for being there for me. It means a lot. It's late afternoon by the time Julian arrives to pick us up from the motel. Things are predictably awkward at first as the stag drives us out of the town in silence. I'm just happy that I've managed to sit between him and TJ again, leaving the Lynx to stare out his window as the desert landscape passes by. I watch Julian as his thumbs tap idly on the steering wheel before he suddenly sits up straight. Oh, Chase, you left your camera in the truck. Bad yesterday, I forgot to tell you. He glances over at me and I nod. Yeah, I probably should have remembered that. Do you want me to pull over so you can grab it out? I don't know how you feel about it sliding around in the back while we were on the highway. I shrug. Should be fine. It's probably been through worse considering it's crap rental from the university. Ah. Julian starts tapping away at the steering wheel again. So, your friend seems okay. He'll need to rest a few months to recover. But he didn't seem too worried about that. I snort. Of course not. Yeah, anyway. What was it you guys wanted to do? Julian leans forward a bit to glance at TJ. I just wish he didn't keep his fucking eyes on the road. I nudge the lynx and snap his gaze from the window to look at us. Huh? I was asking what you wanted to do tonight, TJ. I'm not really sure. We could go see a movie, maybe. Anything out that you wanted to see? Not really. You know, I used to do this thing where I'd get a random ticket to a movie I'd never heard of before. I'd have no expectation, and usually I'd be pleasantly surprised. Sounds kinda fun as long as it's not R-rated. Jesus Christ, DJ. Yeah, so the way I do... Why don't we go to the family plex? Of course, of course. I cut Julian off looking over at TJ. The family plex? Yeah, you remember that place, right? We'd go there as kids for birthdays and stuff. The old rundown arcade thing at the mall? Yeah. TJ seems to perk up a bit. Yeah. I haven't been there for like 10 years. They could be a lot of fun. If it's still open, I haven't been to that corner of the mall in a very long time. It is. Well, alright then. So, should we go there? There's a moment of silence before TJ shifts next to me. Yeah, let's do that. The family plex is basically as I remember it. Like TJ had said, a good decade had passed since we'd been here, maybe even more. But the ugly stained carpet and sickly colored walls still cover the place, a real relic of the 80s and 90s. Still, I'm happy to see TJ smile as we walk in, his adorable wide eyes scanning the place, as I'm sure he's hit with the same sense of nostalgia. Oh my gosh, everything is exactly the same. The look on Julian's face is slightly less enthusiastic. Even smells the same. I kinda like it actually, reminds me of a movie theater. Same. It's really just the popcorn and recycled air from the AC. I mean, Julian has kind of a point here. I realized then what a fucking stick in the mud Julian is. But I ignore him. I'm following TJ as we make our way to the machines. Kinda interesting playing Echo from the perspective of Leo. Luckily, the place is mostly empty. But there's a group of teenagers being loud and annoying over by the air hockey tables. But otherwise, we have the place to ourselves. For a moment, we just stand there and Julian reaches in his pocket. You guys wanna chip in some money? And I go get us a few rolls of quarters? I take out a 5, and so does Julian, while TJ hands over 10. Oh, Teach, that's a lot. I only have 10s. Besides, we'll go through them fast. We always do. Julian walks off to the counter, while Teach and I wait awkwardly next to the skee ball ramp. I feel like things wouldn't be so tense if Julian wasn't here. And I feel myself getting progressively more annoyed by his presence. I'm somehow not surprised. I'm about to ask DJ how he's feeling when Julian comes back with 2 rolls of quarters. So, we have the 2 rolls. You want me to count out your shares or shake my head? Doesn't matter. DJ, yeah, we're just here to hang out anyway. DJ takes one of the rolls and tears off the end. You guys want a skee ball? Sure. No, I've always been pretty good with this game. Oh no! Don't say that out loud, Julian, that you're good at something. You're getting even closer to get murdered by Chase. I take the open roll of quarter from TJ and take out one of my own, inserting it into the neighboring skee ball machine. There are only 2, and I kinda hope that Julian might just wander away, but he stays right there behind TJ watching. Julian, don't be Jenna when Chase is being Leo. Yeah. I sigh and insert my coin, watching as the little balls roll out into the little compartment. Meanwhile, TJ is having a terrible time. Each one of his balls rolling into the scoreless gutter. I roll my first ball and watch as it misses the 40 and rolls into the 10 gutter. Ah, don't worry about it, Teach. Want me to show you how? Julian moves next to me and I grit my teeth in annoyance, moving over a bit. The stack flicks the ball expertly down the ramp and lands squarely in the 40. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Somebody's throat getting slit tonight! Wow, on your first try too. Honestly, I'm out of practice, but I usually go for the hundreds in the corner. How do you do it? Well? Julian grabs a hold of TJ's wrist, and I feel my fur starting to stand up on my neck and shoulder. It's all in the wrist. He moves... Like, I'm not even sure if Julian is interested in that way in TJ, like how Chase makes it out to be. But yeah. But I think I'm gonna cut it here for next week. Yeah, exactly. Julian is as spicy as oatmeal. I think so too. I think he's also just a friend. I think Chase, in his infinite wisdom of being a fucking idiot right now and possessed as fuck, is just reading too much into it. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna get tired. I'll cut it here. I'll be back next week. And next week, Thursday, is my first day of vacation. And then you're gonna have orc almost every day. So stay tuned for that. I'm gonna put out some notices and we'll get going. I wanna finish Echo before the new year starts. That is my goal and I'm gonna finish it. All right, everyone. Take care. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for joining. I've been TheOrcosaurus, and you've been an amazing audience, and we'll go into hibernation until next week, Thursday. Maybe even until next week, Wednesday. I'll see. stalk me on social media, you'll find out. Alright everyone, thank you for watching. Take care everyone and good night. Bye bye.